So good morning, everybody. Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. President of the Republic, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of our audience, and fellow speakers. I am Elisa von Joerden-Forgy, co-president of the Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention and chair of the Holocaust and Genocide Studies program at Keene State College in the United States. And it is my privilege and great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 4th Global Forum Against the Crime of Genocide. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank each of you for being here. That many of you have willingly traveled long distances to join this forum serves as a reminder to all of us just how important and pressing our work is. With your input, the next 2 days promise to be dynamic and productive, moving the work of genocide prevention forward in critical ways. This year's theme of the Global Forum, as many of you know, is prevention of genocide in the era of new technologies. This theme emerged from a March 2022 Human Rights Council resolution introduced by the state of Armenia, which was unanimously adopted. The resolution expressed concern at the use of disinformation and misinformation to spread racism, intolerance, xenophobia, negative stereotyping, and stigmatization, and to violate and abuse human rights. It is hard to imagine a more urgent topic at the present time when we have witnessed, for example, the use of social media technology to spread hate, recruit perpetrators, and even implement genocide in places like Myanmar, Iraq, Syria, Ethiopia, and Azerbaijan. Over the next 2 days, we will outline the challenges that new technology presses upon us as persons interested in genocide and its prevention. And we will also explore then the positive opportunities and possibilities offered by new technology, and particularly by digital technology, to promote lasting peace and lasting human security. The goal of these 2 intensive days of discussion is the adoption of a declaration of joint action related to new technologies that can guide and shape all of our work as we return to our respective countries and workplaces. Now, this 4th Global Forum is organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia, with the support of the Special Advisor to the United Nations Secretary General on the Prevention of Genocide, and in close cooperation with the International Association of Genocide and with Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes, all of whom are represented here to support and participate in this forum. The timing of the Global Forum is chosen to coincide as closely as possible with the day of the adoption of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, as well as the International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of the Crime of Genocide and the Prevention of this Crime, both of which are commemorated annually on December 9th. Armenia has a very special relationship with December 9th. We stand here today in the impressive Matanadaran, in the beautiful city of Yerevan, in the independent Republic of Armenia, a nation-state forged out of the collapse of the Russian and Ottoman empires in World War I. Were it not for the presence on clear days of Mount Ararat on the horizon, outsiders might forget that this republic was once the easternmost flank of an enormous cultural space of Armenians and Armenian history that reached all the way to Constantinople, today's Istanbul. The destruction of the majority of that civilization and its people in the early 20th century was the trigger, as we know, for Raphael Lemkin's lifelong quest for a convention against the crime that he named genocide, and for its universal ratification, which we still have yet to do. The Armenian genocide of 1915 to 1923 then formed one of the most important models, and perhaps even we can say the central model Raphael Lemkin used in his conceptualization of the crime of genocide. The universalist values of the Genocide Convention have been a strong current in Armenian genocide remembrance. I have frequently been deeply moved by the ecumenical commitments and of institutions devoted to Armenian matters, where comparative analysis is not only supported but actively encouraged. The Armenian Foreign Ministry has itself embraced this universal legacy. In 2015, it introduced the resolution that created the International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of the Crime of Genocide and the Prevention of that Crime. Since then, it has held a global forum against the crime of genocide every 2 years, apart from 2020, when we were all forced to stay home due to the pandemic. This leadership sets it apart from most other nation states in today's international community and offers threatened people the world over the bright light of solidarity in what can feel like a particularly dark time. The willingness of Armenians to share historical trauma with others and to mobilize that trauma to prevent other people from facing the same has been a source of inspiration and encouragement to me over the years. This global forum is a testament to Armenia's deep humanist tradition and its leadership in efforts to create a world without genocide. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome and thank our esteemed guests at this opening session, each one of whom has been a leader in global peace and human security and instrumental to the success of this global forum. It is an honor to have each of you here with us. I will introduce each of our guests in turn, after which they will come to the stage and give their remarks. At the end of this opening session, we will have a very, very short technical break to allow for the guests and our high-level segment to join us on the stage. We ask that you please stay seated during this short break so that we can seamlessly transition to our high-level segment without losing too much time. And no worries, there will be a break for coffee at 11:30, so you will have your coffee. Our first guest today needs no introduction. It is a great honor to be joined at this opening session by Prime Minister of Armenia, Nikol Pashinyan. Please come to the stage. Prime Minister, Minister Pashinyan is known the world over as a champion of human rights and a defender of liberty, in addition to the leader of Armenia's Velvet Revolution in 2018. His work on press freedom, anti-corruption, and social justice have earned the respect and admiration of world leaders, as well as of ordinary citizens, both inside and outside of Armenia. So it is with that great respect that we welcome you, Mr. Pashinyan.
Հայաստանի Հանրապետության մեծարգո նախագահ, ազգային ժողովի հարգելի նախագահ, հարգելի հյուրեր, կառավարության անդամներ, արդեն 4-րդ անգամն է, որ Հայաստանը հյուրընկալում է ընդդեմ ցեղասպանության հանցագործության գլոբալ ֆորումը։ Ես ուզում եմ նախ ողջունել բոլոր մասնակիցներին, մարդու իրավունքների պաշտպանությունն ապահովող ցեղասպանություններն ու
for
զանգվածային
ensuring the human rights and preventing the crime of genocides, to ensure social justice, to restore social justice, and all those who take on the mandate of the above mentioned, our friends, our scientists, diplomats, political scientists, and media representatives, IT representatives. I'd like to greet you all here today. On the 9th of December 1948, the UN General Assembly adopted the Convention about the crime of genocide and its prevention. Many years after that, in 2015, Armenia initiated, with the broad support of the international community, it was possible to adopt the International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the victims of the crime of genocide. In this context, I'd like to mention that during the previous global forums, unfortunately, we have started to consider genocide not only as a historical event, not only as a historical legacy, but also a threat that we face all around the world in various regions. And preventing genocide indeed becomes a pressing issue. In this context, representatives of the Republic of Armenia, we emphasize the first genocide of the 20th century, the Armenian genocide implemented by the Ottoman Empire. Nevertheless, I would like to mention that today we still face the threat and danger of genocide in this region. It is considered a pressing issue which requires prevention. And I do need to mention that during the previous times, more and more, especially the Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh are raising their concerns, speaking about a potential genocide, a threat which they are facing on a daily basis. I believe all of us, each and every one of us, and the international community should take it seriously. We thought that the trilateral statement signed on November 9th created mechanisms to ensure, to prevent the potential genocide among the Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh. Nevertheless, unfortunately, step by step, we noticed, and we are continuously envisaging the realities. The concerns that are being raised, they become more and more close to being materialized. And I must make a comment here regarding how we move forward when we have such concerns and issues. In 2021, we eyewitnessed situations, events, when in Nagorno-Karabakh, those citizens who were conducting their daily agricultural activities, a sniper killed just while in his own tractor. After that, we noticed other events where Azerbaijani armed forces entered Nagorno-Karabakh, the area which was under the protection of the Russian peacekeepers. And after this, step by step, a number of events took place which are worth mentioning. Namely, when the Azerbaijani armed forces, during nighttime, they used strong light projectors. They were illuminating the houses after midnight. They were illuminating the Armenian villages. and inviting the Armenians to join in Islamic prayers with very, very loud speakers, thus making Armenians, commanding them to leave the villages. Of course, we respect the Islamic culture, Islamic religion, and a clear evidence of that is having in the center of Yerevan, having the Islamic mosque, the Blue Mosque, by the way, which has been restored during the years of independent Armenia. Nevertheless, but regional terrorism is what I see. I cannot give it any other definition than religious terrorism to what has occurred. I also need to mention here that unfortunately these activities have not occurred as single items. They are correlated. There is a plan. We see consistent planning, which are becoming more and more materialized. The concerns that we have that Azerbaijan is indeed planning a genocide in the Nagorno-Karabakh, is or planning for it. And from this perspective, I do need to mention the provocative speech that is taking place in the area of Lachin's corridor. I do need to mention that some tried to draw parallels between Lachin corridor with the other communication channels in the regions, or the channels and infrastructure that might be used in the future, reconstructed. This is different. The Lachin corridor is for preventing genocide. Closing that corridor, stopping the activities on that corridor means, what does it mean? Condemning the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh to a genocide via three different scenarios. The first one can be emptying Armenians of the land, and the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh do not have the opportunity to live in their houses, on their lands. And this mini model is what we see in the Hadrut region of Nagorno-Karabakh, where not a single Armenian lives there after the 44-day war of 2020. I also need to emphasize here that the trilateral statement signed on November 9th ensures that the UN agency for refugees, they should ensure the return of refugees of Nagorno-Karabakh to these areas. But now, even the office, the agency for refugees of the UN, their heads, they themselves cannot enter these areas, not to mention that the refugees can return there in Hadrut region and the civilians of Hadrut. The next scenario which we envisage, which can be implemented, is the loss of identity, erasure of identity, which I believe is also one of the genocide models, potential genocide models. And today, the battle that Azerbaijani forces are against the names, geographical names, against the historical monuments in Nagorno-Karabakh comes to clearly prove what I mentioned above. So overall, in the security context, when we speak about security, sometimes we think only physical security. But what about identity security? The rights of human rights for identity and security, these are interrelated. This is interchangeably linked. It is ironical to speak about this, that the Armenian historical monuments, trying to present the Armenian historical monuments as having origins of another nation, another country. And this issue as well, maybe. For many, we are being quite flexible, and for we are very criticized because of being so flexible. However, there is an international specialized body called UNESCO, which has all the expertise, all the skills, in order to assess whether this or that historical monument is of what origin. However, I would like to mention that this, This is not a battle against lifeless monuments. This is a battle against the identity of a nation. The battle does not have a historical context. This has a practical context. The purpose of this battle is to prove that the Armenians do not have the right to live in Nagorno-Karabakh, because we see that this is the battle against this historical monuments, the context when on the state level, when there's a task that the Armenian writings are replaced with other as if true writings on this or that monument. What is this if this is not preparation to genocide? There is no other way that I can define what is happening here as a preparation to genocide. And the third scenario is physical destruction, massacres, the signs of which we are already seeing, starting all the way from those villagers who were conducting their agricultural activities, who have been targeted by snipers and killed, all the way up to the 44-day war, the actions that took place during this war and killed the civilians not part of the war, but being shelled, being bombed, and being killed. I do not want us to consider genocide merely from one perspective, and it is not something that cannot be prevented. And I do need to mention that, regardless of how weird it may sound after this introduction, I am convinced that nevertheless, the prevention of genocide, the most important tool, is cooperation and dialogue. A dialogue with Baku and Stepanakert, between Baku and Stepanakert. In our foreign affairs domain, we believe this of crucial importance. Azerbaijan shows at every possible opportunity to say that they are willing to ensure the rights of the Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh. However, in international platforms, all the statements, all the rhetorics that they use, it seems as if it is the international community and not those people who are the beneficiaries of that statement. That statement has been addressed by the Azerbaijan to the international community, but it seems as if it is not being addressed to the people of the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh, and we believe that that message would be true, would be honest, if it is heard in Stepanakert, in Nagorno-Karabakh, to the Armenians living in Nagorno-Karabakh. And I specifically wanted to mention here that security, indeed, is not only about physical security, it's about the security of your identity. That is an inextricably linked component. To know yourself is an inextricably linked component of human rights. On the other hand, to sum up my remark with a very practical or a few practical remarks which we need to do overall in order to prevent genocides, as well, including the ones occurring in our region. I believe that considering all the events, notorious events, current and historic, we need to change our regional relationships, the content embedded in our relationships, and the quality. We should start from the simplest steps. In my opinion, I believe hatred speech is unacceptable. Hate speech, prevention of it, managing it, excluding it is of utmost importance, and especially on an official level, but not merely on an official level. I do not want that the prevention and condemnation of genocides become an opportunity to condemn nations, to create hatred between nations, to make them deeper, to create a platform for making this divide even wider. I strongly believe that in this region, hostility should also be managed. And we should start from managing hate speech, which exists. At least Armenia, Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and these relations, we do have hate speech. But I do not want us to regularly be criticizing others. We should also have the opportunity to criticize ourselves, see ourselves from the very day-to-day level. The most important tools of prevention of genocide, I believe that we ourselves on an official level, we say that we do accept, we do emphasize that we ourselves should, in Armenia, stop, and as well as political competitors using hate speech, or calling them, giving them a national label as put them down using a national label. In Armenia, we have this. If you want to tell a person, like you want to hurt them to the deepest of their heart, you know what you do, right? We call them, you are a Turk. That's the worst abuse verbal abuse you can ever say in Armenia. A person that you know very well, a person who has been named that, and other people who have wanted to abuse me and have called me that I'm a Turk. They do not abuse me with that because I do not consider being a Turk as an abuse, verbal abuse. I believe that with these issues, we should face the reality and try to change them. In Armenia, in Azerbaijan, they have the same thing. If they want to hurt someone, they want to insult someone, even after the worst curse words in the Caucasus region, which have like a killing impact, they are not as effective as we use an insult as calling a person, you are an Armenian. In Azerbaijan, I believe that on an official level, on the level of the governments and the states, we should acknowledge and accept the reality and say that we do not agree with this reality. This is not what we want to see. We do not want the name of any nation be used as an insult. And I believe this is at the roots of a genocide, and it is at the roots of prevention of genocide. I believe that such realities do take place in Turkey as well. And my remarks today, I call upon the following, that let us start here. Because we cannot solve global issues. Why? Because we cannot first identify these issues on a genetic level. This podium here is of crucial importance because we're speaking about genocide. It's about our genes. And in order for us to understand this issue and the underlying causes, we should analyze the genetic levels and layers of the issue. I hope that among the most important discussions of this forum will be the above mentioned. There was an idea that, and I believe that we still have this concern in the Southern Caucasus, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to have discussions via this or that format. This is not a new idea. This is quite an old idea. When I say old, I don't mean like ancient, but I mean time-wise. I have always been for this opinion. But I have proposed a very, very important, fundamental formula, resolution. That platform, first of all, should be used solely, to stop hate speech from this region, and on an official level. The heads of the countries should come up with these statements and say that we agree to cooperate with one another in order to eradicate hate speech. Especially on an official level. And it is from here that we should start preventing and condemning genocide. Because if any given person in Azerbaijan, Turkey, in Armenia, if anyone says Armenia or Turk, to one another on a political level, even if it's not on a political level, that person is doing that purposefully, to morally, politically, to destroy the person and to insult them to the deepest level. And in essence, this is the genetic level of genocidal mentality. On the other side, I would also like to mention the fact that now I am here speaking about these issues publicly. This comes to prove that we, nevertheless, are moving forward. There are steps forward. That means that we are facing the reality. We do acknowledge the reality. I would like to emphasize that Armenia, Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and overall in our region, the relations in our region are of paramount importance. And by the way, management of hostility and enmity, there is one important formula. Sometimes there is such an approach that whatever Armenia says, then in Azerbaijan or in Turkey is saying exactly 100% the opposite in Azerbaijan or Turkey. Anything that is Azerbaijan said in Armenia, we should say the exact opposite, 180 degrees. And on the official level as well, of course not always, but very often we see that the safest opinion is saying exactly the opposite of what they said, because this is safe. This is safe both from a political perspective, this is safe from a moral perspective, and this is safe in the broader sense from a psychological perspective. And today, maybe it is the first time I will violate that reality. I will go against it. And today I want to share my agreement with a statement that was raised in Turkey. The idea was the following, that in all the countries in the region, including Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan, they need one another for the security, historical security of these countries, for the sovereignty of the countries, for the independence of the countries. And this is a very important formula for us to understand that once and for all, to change the regime of the relations that we have, we should acknowledge why are we here? Why are we here? To live just to coexist? Or are we here just to save time? To destroy one another when the momentum comes. So this context, this subconsciousness, we do have in the region, especially more in one country, in the other country a bit less. In one country it's on an institutional level, in the other it's more on an embryotic level. But this reality does exist, and we do see time to time. It's like a cycle. And when we return to social modern technologies, I would like to mention that the reality that I was speaking about are clearly, vividly evident on social media platforms while monitoring and studying them. This is the problem of genocide. I do agree with the organizers. Is identified in new technologies from a new perspective. Now probably they're the most simple technologies, social networks. There was a time when I had an initiative, when I used to say that social networks can be a tool not for hate speech, but for opportunity to dialogue with one another. Of course, back then, that initiative failed, collapsed. You know why? Nevertheless, now, I do want to mention that new modern technologies which have joined countries so far from one another should be able to join countries who are literally neighbors. This might seem as if it's a very simplistic issue. However, it is a very complex issue. I wish success to all the participants of the forum trying to support the solution of this very complex concern. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister, for those very, very important comments. We will now hear a video message from UN Secretary, pardon me, not a video message. I will be reading a message from UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, which was released on the International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of the Crime of Genocide and the Prevention of that Crime. We are pleased to share these words from Mr. Guterres, since the office of the Secretary General has been the single most important, perhaps, world leader in promoting the institutionalization of genocide prevention tools within our instruments of global governance. UN Secretary General message on the International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of the Crime of Genocide, New York, 9th December 2022. Today is a day to remember and pay tribute to the victims and survivors of genocides across the world. It is a day to re-examine our collective failure to prevent this crime in the past and to redouble prevention efforts for the present and the future. More than 70 years after the adoption of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, the threat of genocide remains present in many places around the world. Discrimination and hate speech, the early warning signs of genocide, are on the rise everywhere. We must do more to promote strong political leadership and resolute action against these dangerous trends. We must do more to live up to our commitment to liberate humanity from the scourge of genocide. I recently visited Tuol Sleng Genocide Museum in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, where I had the privilege of meeting survivors of atrocity crimes. Their moving testimony was a forceful reminder of the individual suffering, pain, and horror of genocide and atrocity crimes. I call on every member state to take concrete steps to protect communities at risk, including minorities, and address discrimination and persecution. States have the primary obligation for preventing genocide, but religious and community leaders, civil society, the private sector, and the media, including social media platforms, play an essential role. On this International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of the Crime of Genocide, I urge all stakeholders to use all means at their disposal to prevent and end this crime. So let's take a moment to thank Mr. Guterres. Now we will hear from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia, Mr. Ararat Mirzoyan, whose ministry has incorporated the promotion of genocide prevention into Armenian diplomacy in multi-layered ways, including the periodic introduction of genocide prevention resolutions at the United Nations Human Rights Council, as one example. This strong support for genocide prevention from governments and especially from ministries of foreign affairs like this one is critical if we are ever to be successful in the work that we do. Thank you very much. Please come to the stage, Mr. Mirzoyan. Thank you for being with us today.
Honorable Mr. President, Honorable Mr. Prime Minister, Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the 4th Global Forum against the crime of genocide in Yerevan, which this year is dedicated to the prevention of genocides in the era of new technologies. The regular Global Forum organized as Armenia was supposed to be held in December 2020. But unfortunately, it became impossible due to the war, not only because of the pandemic, but first of all, due to the war unleashed by Azerbaijan against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh. The consequences of that aggressive war have not been overcome to this day. Moreover, in May and November last year, and on September 14 this year, the sovereign territory of Armenia was attacked by Azerbaijan, resulting in gross violations of human rights and international humanitarian law, including the right to life, prohibition of torture, property, treatment of prisoners. The Armenian people faced new security threats, which have not yet been addressed. The situation is an outcome of a lengthy process when the spread of extreme hatred towards Armenians and the development of military led to the use of force. It should be noted that the approach to dealing with foreign policy issues through the use of force, which is manifested by the outbreak of new wars and conflicts in different parts of the world, indicates the crisis of a global security system. It is clear that power has always been an important factor in international relations, but no international system can be solely based on the might makes right principle. As for every strong one, there is even a stronger one. And even eternal war cannot reveal the accurate balance of power. Without universal norms of peaceful coexistence and international law, without red lines that are not amenable to double standards, the world cannot regain peace and development. It is also obvious that after the crisis of multilateralism, we need to reassess international relations and find a new consensus for the coexistence of peoples. Today, it might be difficult to predict all the elements of that international consensus, but it is obvious that the inadmissibility of genocides and ethnic cleansing, religious and national discrimination and hatred, as well as their prevention, the protection of human rights, including collective rights, should become one of the pillars of that consensus. Both an individual person and a nation have the right to life security, in the truest sense of the word, to live safely and control their own destiny. And no one, no power, can deprive them of this collective and natural rights. From this point of view, today and here, the work of this forum, the presence of all of you, the generation of new ideas for the prevention of genocide are extremely important. Dear attendees, during the last 2 decades, the international community, represented by the United Nations, has done a great work to create new capacities and mechanisms for the prevention of genocide. One of the important steps to ensure the prevention of genocide has become the establishment of the position and the office of the Special Advisor to the UN Secretary General on this matter in 2004, which has gained a great experience over the years, and many of the documents developed by the Special Advisor have become genocide prevention guidelines for the UN member states. We are grateful to Madame Alice Warimine-Derito for her participation in this conference and for her continued cooperation. Speaking about the structures involved in genocide prevention, I would like to emphasize that the UN Human Rights Council plays a major role in this matter. I am pleased to note that the President of the Council, Permanent Representative Argentina to the United Nations Office at Geneva, Ambassador Federico Villegas, is with us today. I would also like to highlight the work of other UN bodies, including special procedures, independent investigation mechanisms, and treaty bodies. In this context, I would like to emphasize the role of the resolution on the prevention of genocide initiated by Armenia and presented once every 2 years within the framework of the Human Rights Council. The resolution makes a significant contribution to ensuring the applicability of the provisions of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide and forming the relevant normative framework. It is a unique action plan that outlines next steps, further goals, and actions in this regard, while drawing attention to risks and challenges. Among such challenges, the resolution adopted in March 2022 included the use of new technologies and related risks. The UN Security Council has its unique place in the prevention agenda because the use of timely and effective measures by this body can create an efficient opportunity for the prevention of genocides. I should also mention that the Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes, GAMAC Alliance, which Armenia has joined as a partner country, is a very effective format of cooperation. This alliance, represented by its chair, Madame Silva Fernandez de Gurmendi, is also with us today. A platform of states, civil society, and academic institutions with an aim to fight against mass crimes. I also express my special gratitude to our permanent partner, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, for their active participation in the work of the Global Forum, as well as their permanent support. Dear colleagues, the 21st century and the development of information technologies could not fail to affect the genocide prevention agenda. Today, we evidence the occurrence of both new challenges and new instruments for the advancement of genocide prevention agenda. Within the framework of this forum, I invite all of you to discuss the effective mechanisms to fight against the abuse of current new instruments, as well as to harness their advantage. In conclusion, I would like to wish all of us an interesting and productive exchange of thoughts, and may there be no more peoples on our planet who will encourage the scourge of genocide. May it never, ever be so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mirzoyan, for those very, very important words. Finally, and last but certainly not least, it is my pleasure to introduce the Special Advisor to the UN Secretary General on the Prevention of Genocide, Ms. Alice Wairimu Nderitu, the first woman to hold this position and a lifelong, unflagging supporter of community empowerment towards peace. Ms. Nderitu is one of the founders of the Uaino Platform for Peace, a conflict prevention agency that uses mobile technology to encourage citizens to report indicators of violence, linking early warning to early response. Her office continues that important work and a focus on the importance of the grassroots in our genocide prevention mechanisms. Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Nderitu. Thank you very much.
Excellency, Mr. Nikol Pashinyan, Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia, Excellency, Mr. Ararat Mirzoyan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia, Excellency Ambassador Federico Villegas, President of the Human Rights Council, and representative of Argentina to the UN in Geneva, distinguished colleagues, I would like to begin by acknowledging how many of us are here from the field of the prevention of genocide, and know that obviously then with all these people here, all this convergence of thought here, that we'll definitely get somewhere in this very challenging field of the prevention of genocide. And so I would also like to recognize Sylvia Fernandez de Gourmedi, the chair of the Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes, GAMAC. And excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the 4th Global Forum Against the Crime of Genocide, which was created in observance of the International Day of the Victims of the Crime. And we appreciate today the government of Armenia for the role that the government keeps playing in ensuring that this day remains, the day of December 9th remains so important. 2 days ago, on December 9th, 2022, we commemorated the 74th anniversary of the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, an International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of the Crime of Genocide and of the prevention of this crime. December 9th also marks the day in 1948 when the UN General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. This convention became the first ever human rights treaty of the United Nations. In the year 2015, Armenia led the global effort to designate December 9th as the International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of the Crime of Genocide and of the prevention of this crime. Armenia has been a very strong supporter of the Office of the Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide, and my predecessor was here in 2018 for another forum. And I would like to sincerely appreciate the permanent representative, Ambassador Muher Margarian, who is always a reliable partner and supporter of our office. My office also remains grateful to the Human Rights Council represented today by the President, who is here, for its consistency in support of the office, as most recently evidenced by the resolution that was adopted by the Human Rights Council on 31st March 2022, titled Prevention of Genocide. And once again, the government of Armenia was behind this. So the theme of the forum this year on genocide prevention, new threats and opportunities, focusing on the positive and negative impacts on new technologies on genocide prevention, is very timely. My mandate is to monitor and raise alarm to the United States. I keep saying United States, sorry, because we just had a very big event in the United States. It's still in my mind, December 9th. So my mandate is to monitor and raise alarm to the United Nations Secretary General, to the Security Council, to member states, and to other relevant actors on the risk factors of genocide and related atrocity crimes. I also raise awareness on the causes and dynamics of atrocity crimes and support member states and other relevant actors, including in capacity building, to promote prevention of these crimes. As the United Nations focal point on hate speech, my office also coordinates the implementation of the UN strategy and plan of action on hate speech, which was launched by the Secretary General in 2019. So many people in this room are aware that my office has set out the most common risk factors and their indicators in a framework of analysis, which we use as a basis for our monitoring work. And such risk factors include, amongst others, the presence of an armed conflict or other forms of tension and crisis, widespread human rights violations against groups based on identity, discrimination, dehumanization, hate speech, impunity, and states that have institutions that are not adequately prepared to respond to such trends. So when we speak about December 9th, which just happened 2 days ago, we are asked to remember what happened in the past, but also to think of what has happened after it came into force that could have been prevented. We do know that processes leading up to the commission of atrocity crimes feature many of these risk factors that I just mentioned. So we know that when we speak about the Holocaust, we speak about the 1994 genocides against the Tutsi in Rwanda, the 1995 genocide in Srebrenica, and also more recent situations where gross human rights violations that may constitute atrocity crimes have been committed in places such as Myanmar, Central African Republic, and Iraq, and others. And the failure to respond to these factors allows these crimes to still occur at the expense of its victims. So my office highlights these issues often. Often we put out press statements to highlight the risk factors that we see. And we do know that technology plays an important role in enhancing social engagement and connecting people worldwide. At the same time, it is easier to accelerate atrocity prevention and amplify impact. Technology has introduced benefits such as life-saving devices and made information more easily accessible to all of us. The UN Strategy and Plan of Action on Hate Speech seeks to enhance UN efforts to address the root causes and drivers of hate speech, as well as its impact on victims and societies. So one of the commitments of the strategy is to use new technologies and engage with social media to address online hate speech. In this regard, my office engages with social media platforms to promote policies and practices on addressing online hate speech in line with the UN strategy. So my office, as the UN focal point, coordinates system-wide efforts to counter and address hate speech, including by supporting UN field presences, member states, and civil society to develop context-specific and national action plans on countering hate speech. We do know that we do not have a universal definition of what hate speech is or constitutes of, but we have a definition of hate speech in the UN strategy that reads that hate speech is any kind of communication in speech, writing, or behavior that attacks or uses pejorative or discriminatory language with reference to a person or a group on the basis of who they are, based on their religion, ethnicity, nationality, race, color, descent, gender, or other forms of identity. This is often rooted in and generates intolerance and hatred, and in certain contexts can be demeaning and divisive. So now going back to the United States, 2 days ago in New York, on December 9th, Michelle Rosenthal told us of her experience when on October 27th in 2018, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, witnessed the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in United States history at the Tree of Life Synagogue. And she told us about how her brother Cecil and David Rosenthal were killed. We looked at the profile of the person who killed the people at the Tree of Life Synagogue, and the person who shot them had posted anti-immigrant and anti-Semitic messages on social media. We had two from Raymond Whitfield from Buffalo in the US, where a gunman, again motivated by hate, killed 10 people and wounded 3 in a racist attack at a grocery store in a predominantly black neighborhood. This gunman, again, had also posted online quite a number of anti-hate, of anti-black sentiments. So since 2020, my office organizes Chatham House Rules roundtables with the leadership of tech and social media companies, where we raise challenges and good practices, where we agree on areas of cooperation and recommendations for action. So all of us are now communicating on tech and social media platforms, which really points to the need that I pointed out earlier for connection. However, global trends of hate speech and incitement fueling discrimination, much of it amplified on social media, violence and conflict as well. In the most serious cases, atrocity crimes continue to rise. So the response on who to moderate and why and how is with the tech and social media companies. This conversation on technology is essential to the mandate of prevention of genocide. Based on the understanding that as regards dynamics that preceded the actual commission of genocide, hate speech was unquestionably a common denominator, and as I've pointed out in the two examples, that people continue to post on social media the kind of things that they are going to do, and then they do them anyway. We do know that this didn't just begin. Propaganda and disinformation were present in the Holocaust and preceding all genocides. People who fueled offline hate speech then were held accountable. Today, digital technology and social media is fueling hate speech everywhere. Hate speech offline is directly linked to hate speech online and to a global increase in violence towards other issues we and other UN colleagues are dealing with on a daily basis. For example, hate speech against immigrants and hate speech against minorities at risk. So we do need policies to curb hate speech, yet we know that these policies sometimes risk limiting free speech, and where they exist, they've been inconsistently enforced. There are different approaches. Some countries grant social media companies broad powers in managing their content and enforcing hate speech rules. Others can force companies to remove posts within certain time periods, like Germany, for example. So tech and social media companies are constrained by domestic laws. In liberal democracies, these laws can serve to diffuse discrimination and head off violence against minorities at risk, but such laws can also be used to suppress minorities. So technology has facilitated the targeting of vulnerable populations and human rights defenders. We see this in the extended use of online surveillance, as well as harassment and threats that many human rights activists and individuals belonging to minorities at risk face online. So the rapid expansion of social media platforms across the world without the corresponding content, moderation, resources, and capacities has resulted in the spread of online hate speech and incitement to discrimination, hostility, and violence at a rate never seen before, contributing to division, violence, and again, atrocity crimes. So we've seen social media used to disseminate hateful narratives against ethnic and religious minorities, refugees, women, and others. Often, such narratives are instrumentalized for political gain, making those targeted even more vulnerable. So in countries where there is conflict, as we've just heard, hate speech is often used to incite communities against each other and to exploit and address grievances, resulting in cycles of reprisals and revenge killings. And so for these reasons, action to combat hate speech needs to be integral to our effort to engage new technologies. And by addressing this divisive and harmful language online, targeting populations based on identity, we can avoid escalation of tensions that could spill over into violence. So ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, how can we best utilize technology in preventing atrocity crimes of genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity? We must address the negative consequences of new technologies and social media while utilizing the benefit of these tools. Access to information has allowed communities to mobilize and take action to prevent escalation of tension, as well as to raise alarm when risk factors of atrocity crimes are present, and we have many examples. New technologies have also been crucial in the documentation of atrocity crimes, from individuals using their mobile phones to satellite imagery. And this can contribute to holding perpetrators accountable and in mobilizing action to prevent atrocity crimes. We have vast amounts of gross human rights violations and abuses that have been perpetrated in conflicts through individuals that have reached the world through individuals documenting such violations that might otherwise be hidden or denied by the perpetrators at great risk to themselves. We must support them. In addition, new technologies, including artificial intelligence and virtual reality, are excellent tools for memorialization and education about past atrocities, as well as to promote prevention. We support and amplify the voices of victims. We promote human rights, in particular, non-discrimination, advancing digital literacy skills. So to conclude, I would like to reiterate that if not properly addressed, online hatred and hateful rhetoric will keep putting people's lives at risk and keep posing this significant threat to international peace and security. We must continue and intensify our efforts to challenge hate wherever it may occur and keep working with states to continue finding innovative ways to promote positive and alternative messages and policies and laws, including by giving a stronger voice and engaging with those most marginalized and affected by hate speech in society. I look forward to the discussion today and tomorrow on how we can use technologies to advance genocide prevention and uphold human dignity globally. As I thank you, I would like once again to appreciate the government of Armenia for the support, consistent support over the years to the Office of the Special Advisor for the Prevention of Genocide. Thank you.
So thank you so much to the Special Advisor, Ms. Indiritu. This brings to a close our opening session of this global forum, and I would like to thank again Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. President, Mr. Foreign Minister, also the Speaker of the Armenian Parliament, and all of our esteemed guests for taking time to come, and especially to share your insights into genocide prevention with us and to offer us a framework for the work that we'll be doing over the next 2 days. Such high-level support for the cause of genocide prevention is priceless and is a gift to all humanity. So thank you all very much for being with us. Thank you so much. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you. We are going to have a 1-minute technical break. Please do not leave the room. You can stand up and stretch your legs, but please do not leave the room. We will be having our high-level session in just a moment. Thank you so much. it on. Okay, now we're in business. Great. So thank you all who did stay in your seats. We are over time already, and so we are going to continue with our high-level session now and then take a short coffee break afterwards. So I appreciate everybody for staying with us. So I now have the privilege of moderating our high-level segment on the prevention of genocide in the era of new technologies. For this panel, we are joined by leaders in the field of genocide studies, mass atrocity prevention, human rights, and accountability. Our first speaker is Dr. Melanie O'Brien, the president of the International Association of Genocide Scholars, the third woman to hold that post. The IAGS, as many of you know, is the world's largest organization representing scholars and practitioners in genocide studies and has been an important, and as was noted earlier, permanent partner in organizing the global forums since their inception. Dr. O'Brien is additionally an associate professor of international law at the University of Western Australia and specializes in international criminal law related to genocide and its prevention, with a special focus on gender and international criminal law, especially forced marriages. So it is my honor to ask Dr. O'Brien to please come to the podium.
Thank you so much, and it is lovely to be back in Yerevan. I am delighted to be invited back here, and given that we are at a forum discussing genocide, I would also like to acknowledge that even though I am not on the land now, I normally do my work in Perth, Western Australia, which is built on the unceded lands of the Whadjuk Noongar people. Humankind has always been creative and inventive, and these characteristics have led to a constant evolution of technology throughout history. While today we tend to think of technology as being digital, technology, of course, refers to knowledge related to the creation and use of technical means, including through industrial arts, engineering, and different fields of science. Essentially, scientific or industrial processes, inventions, or methods. This means that technology crosses a wide variety of processes and inventions, some of which have played a significant role in the commission of genocide. For example, the creation of trains and a railway network enabled the Nazis to transport Jews en masse to concentration and death camps. The Khmer Rouge used the building of technological infrastructure such as roads and dams as part of the slave labour that resulted in the deaths of so many Cambodians in the late 1970s. The invention of radio and television enabled a greater dissemination of propaganda against victim groups, and this has been followed by the internet and social media, the role of which will of course be discussed at this global forum. But I'm here representing the International Association of Genocide Scholars. So this morning I wanted to talk about what genocide scholars can do with regards to this question of prevention of genocide in the era of new technologies, and what are they already doing? Genocide scholars cross a wide range of disciplines, from history to law to political science to literature to museum studies, philosophy, sociology, anthropology. I could probably spend 10 minutes listing them all. This offers the perfect opportunity to really discover how technology contributes to the commission of genocide. After all, understanding how genocide is committed is essential knowledge to help prevent the crime. And also, more directly, how technology today can be used to prevent genocide. In 2017, Genocide Studies and Prevention, the open access journal of the International Association of Genocide Scholars, published a special issue titled Information and Communication Technologies in Mass Atrocities Research and Response. This issue looked at a variety of uses of technologies related to mass atrocities. For example, one article by Karen Namer, Whitney Brown and Ranit Mashuri explored the design, development and deployment of mobile technology by Physicians for Human Rights to document forensic evidence of sexual violence in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Christophe Koetel from Amnesty International discussed using satellites and mobile phones to increase information certainty in human rights crisis situations, including addressing the challenging issue of assessment of the quality of information being collected. Stefan Schmidt and Dallas Mazzori considered the challenges of undertaking human identifications during or after armed conflict situations in the challenging context of mass fatalities and mass graves, focusing on the use of DNA-based identifications and the subsequent issues emerging from this, including privacy issues and processing delays of identification. Kristen Begtora and Sandvik and Nathaniel A. Raymond discussed the need for guides on ethical and responsible use of information communication technologies in mass atrocity response, evidence collection and research. Last year in 2021, at our biannual conference, one of our keynote speakers was Alexa Koenig, Executive Director of the Human Rights Center at Berkeley Law, a co-founder of the Human Rights Center Investigations Lab at Berkeley, which trains students and professionals to use social media and other digital content to strengthen human rights advocacy and accountability. Alexa Koenig has most recently published on collaboration and the digital documentation of international crimes in Ukraine. A group of scholars at Leiden University have collaborated on a project funded by the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs focused on digitally derived evidence. The team drafted the Leiden Guidelines on digitally derived evidence in international criminal courts and tribunals, which guide these courts on how to use video, photography, satellite imagery, intercepts, call data, and audio recordings as evidence in international criminal cases. These are only some of the examples of the work that scholars are doing that directly deals with digital technology. These specific examples are clearly about technology, but of course other scholars explore technology and genocide in different ways. For example, the work of Vincent Sanchez Biosca on the photographs of Khmer Rouge atrocities, or that of Lior Zilberman on the use of cinema to tell the stories of genocide. We may not immediately think about this work as being about technology because we are so used to the media of photography and film, but yes, these are also forms of technology. Other scholars work on genocide education and memory, which is an area ripe for the use of new technologies today, in the teaching space and museums. For example, scholars Adam Muller and Andrew Wolford use technology such as virtual reality to memorialise Indigenous boarding schools in Canada. At this global forum, a number of scholars will be speaking about their areas of research that help us understand this connection, and their research can be used in practice to assist with prevention, punishment and education. For example, Dr. Ronan Lee has analysed in depth how the Myanmar military used social media to disseminate hate speech, demonstrating the important connection between this conduct and the concept of identity, which of course forms a key component of genocide. Dr. Rhiannon Nielsen is working on a project looking at the viability and ethics of cyber humanitarian interventions to prevent and mitigate atrocity crimes, asking how we can use algorithms for atrocity prevention. Thus, we can see that genocide scholars can undertake research across all manner of topics relating to genocide and technology, and this research has extraordinarily practical application in mass atrocity prevention at all stages of prevention, punishment and education of genocide. I cannot stress enough to policymakers, UN representatives and government representatives what a crucial expert resource scholars are. Scholars have the expert knowledge and they have done the research or can do the research that has or will find the answers, the solutions that you can apply in practice to improve genocide prevention, punishment and education. I encourage such representatives here today to use scholars as consultants to fund research projects, to read our scholarly research and to implement the recommendations and conclusions that scholars make to strengthen the response to mass atrocities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. O'Brien. Our next speaker, Silvia Fernandez de Gomendi, is the chair of the Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes, a state-led network of states, civil society, and academic institutions committed to preventing atrocities worldwide. She is also an Argentine lawyer, diplomat, and judge who has been a judge at the International Criminal Court since 2010 and served as the president of the ICC from 2015 to 2018. In 2020, she was elected to serve as the president of the Assembly of States Parties to the Rome Statute, and she, perhaps more than anybody else, understands the importance of accountability to genocide prevention. Please, Ms. Fernandez de Gomendi, please come up. Thank you so much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I'm very pleased to be in beautiful Yerevan for the first time and extremely honored to be part of this 4th Global Forum Against the Crime of Genocide in my capacity of chair of the Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes, GAMAC. As it has been said, GAMAC is a global network of states, civil society, and academic institutions that aim to support states in establishing national architectures and policies for the prevention of genocide and other mass atrocities. GAMAC has 12 steering group members, 23 partners, and 3 informal alliances with intergovernmental organizations, including UNESCO, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IRA, and the OSCE Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. GAMAC is also proud of working together with the Office of the UN Special Advisor for the Prevention of Genocide, Ms. Alice Neteritu, who is among us today. GAMAC is also very pleased to count Armenia, our host, amongst the state partners. I praise the organizers for focusing this forum on prevention of genocide in the era of new technologies. Genocide is certainly not born out of new technologies. It suffices to look back into history to recognize that evil does not depend on sophisticated means to materialize. However, it is obvious that technology can contribute to disseminate prejudice, facilitate links amongst its promoters, and amplify man's capability for destruction. New technologies are no doubt part of the problem. However, as reflected in the excellent program of this forum, new technologies can also be part of the solution by providing formidable tools to prevent genocide, protect societies, and advance accountability efforts, including through the production of new forms of evidence to document crimes and bring perpetrators before justice. As it is now well known, genocide does not happen overnight. It is the culmination of a long process, which often begins with words, hateful messages, as has already been noted by Ms. Neteritu. As learned from tragic recent experiences, such messages may be effectively transmitted through conventional and even rudimentary means of communication. However, it is clear that new technologies which have radically changed the way we work and communicate enhance the ability to transmit, amplify, and generate prejudice and intolerance, which can potentially escalate into violence and mass crimes. GAMAC recognizes in hate speech a very serious precursor of violence and has sought to actively contribute to current debates on this matter. Last year, it dedicated its entire 4th Global Conference to discussions on strengthening national efforts to address hate speech, discrimination, and prevent incitement. In the work leading to the conference and as part of its aftermath, GAMAC mobilized its community around this topic throughout 2020 and 2021. Among other initiatives, it organized a series of online discussions specifically on decoding hate speech, together with its partner, the Montreal Institute for Genocide and Human Rights Studies, MIX, which is also present here today. As this topic will also occupy one of the panels of this forum, I would like to share 4 main recommendations that emanated from this online series that could be helpful for further discussions. First, technology can be weaponized. The main difference between online and offline hate speech is the reach and scale that social media platforms offer. An individual can not only be a consumer, but also become an anonymous producer of dangerous content with a greater and potentially transnational reach. Secondly, technology can be a helpful amplifier of counter-narratives, that is, be part of the solution. Online tools can indeed be used for fact-checking to counter hate speech and the harmful effects of misinformation. Technology can also be used for monitoring hate speech as an early warning indicator of discrimination and potential violence. Third, self-regulation by big technology companies is not enough. They are not properly equipped to detect context-specific hate speech. Therefore, social media platforms need to adapt and enforce policies according to international standards. Finally, a piece of good news, monitoring social media for hate speech and incitement has helped reduce violence in some countries during elections, for instance. However, the right to freedom of expression should always be respected in combating hate speech. Indeed, in some cases, the shutdown of media and social media has raised concerns over the risk of limiting freedom of speech and the media. I look forward to our further discussions on these and other important topics covered by this forum. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. I now introduce Federico Villegas, President of the United Nations Human Rights Council and permanent representative of Argentina to the United Nations office in Geneva. Mr. Villegas has spent his career building the programs and institutions in human rights that have been a strong and proud feature of Argentina's international diplomacy and its contribution to our current international human rights and accountability protocols. He headed the Argentine Foreign Ministry's project to establish the first national program against discrimination in cooperation with the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, and was involved in the establishment of the Mercosur Center of Human Rights Public Policy and the UNESCO International Center for Human Rights, both of which are headquartered in Argentina. Please, Mr. Villegas. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation. And it's a pleasure to be also for the first time here in Yerevan. And I want to take the opportunity also to thank the Armenian government because the Vice President of the United Nations Human Rights Council is a distinguished friend and fine diplomat, the permanent representative of Armenia in Geneva. He has been my Vice President this very difficult year of the Human Rights Council. So let me share some thoughts. First of all, the Human Rights Council have three roles that are very linked to the theme of this forum. On one side, we analyze the human rights situation of every single country in the world. 193 member states of the UN have to put their human rights situation on the table and receive recommendations, suggestions, criticism. And that is also an important tool. We are starting the fourth cycle of this Universal Periodic Review. And in those four reviews, the average number of recommendations that each country receives are 200. And regardless of the level of development, region, culture. And that means that in those recommendations that are given by other states, many things are related to precisely genocide prevention. The second role is we address serious human rights situations. We cannot look at human rights country situation only every 4 years. We need to address serious cases, and that is the case. We have over 13 mechanisms for the investigation of serious violations of human rights in different countries. This year, of course, a very challenging year, one of the most challenging in the history of the Council, with world-shaping events like climate change and the effects of the pandemic and a war in the heart of Europe with global impacts. We had an urgent debate, of course, on Ukraine. We approved a commission of inquiry to investigate violations, alleged violations stemming from the Russian aggression to Ukraine. We established a mechanism on Nicaragua, and most recently we just established a mechanism on Iran. And I'm about to appoint the experts for that mechanism. So that too, and we have here a distinguished member of one of the mechanisms of the UN Human Rights Council on Myanmar. The third is the progressive development of human rights norms and standards. The Human Rights Council is the place where future generations, where we develop the norms and standards for present and future generations to have their rights better protected. And what we are doing is just the tip of the iceberg. We have to think always in historical perspective what we do. The revolutionary idea of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that each person has rights beyond being a national, of a state or religion, and that the international community collectively has to protect that, is a revolutionary idea, but it's only 74 years old. That means that this is the tip of the iceberg of what we are going to do. And if you look at the agenda of the Human Rights Council, only in the last session in September, we approved a resolution on cyberbullying. We approved a resolution on disinformation. We approved a resolution for the first time on the impact on human rights of new military technologies, like legal autonomous weapons. Because following our distinguished first speaker on scholars, you know, when you compare about the train and other technologies that came and unfortunately were used also to take people to Birkenau, is technology and human rights is like nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is an absolutely amazing development of technology for the peaceful use on medicine or energy, but also you can build a nuclear weapon. And that is what is happening with technology and human rights. The problem is who is going to navigate the gray line between technology and human rights. Are we going to leave a private millionaire businessman to decide what is wrong and what is not wrong on social media? Let's just look in historical perspective. You know, there was a famous journalist that has been sentenced by the International Tribunal in Rwanda in the radio of Thousand Hills in Kigali, a Belgian journalist, that called on the radio to kill Tutsis because they were cockroaches, and he was sentenced for inciting genocide. But what if that person today had a Twitter account? That not only the people in Kigali by the radio listen to him, but millions of people listen to him. Are we going to leave the owner of a private business to decide to cancel his account or not? So my message is we need to strengthen what we do in the Human Rights Council. The good thing is that we don't always have easy discussions. This year has been the most challenging. I don't need to tell you, we had many, many difficult situations. But you know what? The good message is that 70% of our resolutions have been approved by consensus. 30% went to a vote, like Ukraine, or the adoption of a special rapporteur on the Russian Federation, or Nicaragua, on addressing or not the report of the High Commissioner on Xinjiang. All those complicated issues went to a vote. And that is fine. It's part of multilateral diplomacy. But you know what? The resolution presented by Armenia, so important on the prevention of genocide, was by consensus. The resolution on disinformation was by consensus. The one on cyberbullying presented by Argentina and Germany was by consensus. And the one on the impact of new military technology also was by consensus. That what gives us is the hope that that progressive development of new human rights standards is still safe, and my time is over, it still is safe to continue progressing the development, and I hope that we can manage to strengthen the Council in these discussions to find the gray line between technology and genocide prevention. Genocide doesn't happen overnight, like others said. If you follow 8 or 10 stages, according to Stanton or whoever you follow of the scholars, in any of those stages, you can have the good use of technology or the bad use of technology. And last, we are very happy that the Council was able to learn from the pandemic, and we introduced remote participation of victims directly before the Council. That was a tool that we had to develop during the pandemic. There was no other way to, because we didn't have in-person meetings. But now we realize how important it is to continue with that practice, because we are able to get direct testimonies from victims all over the world addressing before the Council. And that is an amazing tool for prevention of genocide also, because it's not an NGO based in Geneva or the one that can pay the flight from London to go to Geneva. Now we have NGOs from all over the world and direct victims. We had women from Afghanistan, and we have women from Iran in the last session, directly from Tehran or Kabul. So that's another good use of technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing that really good news as well. Thank you very much. Next, we are joined by Dr. Fabian Salvioli, who is the UN Special Rapporteur on the promotion of truth, justice, and guarantees of non-recurrence. He is also a professor of international law and human rights at the School of the University of La Plata in Argentina, where he directs the Human Rights Master's Program and the Institute of Human Rights. His mandate as a special rapporteur includes ensuring accountability, promoting truth, and providing remedies to victims, the hard practical work of addressing past wrongs in order to prevent future ones. Please, Mr. Salvioli, please join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this high-level panel with distinguished colleagues around the world. 3 Argentinian people in the same panel is perhaps too much. But anyway, it is a great honor for me to participate in this global forum against the crime of genocide. And my first words here are to express my deepest solidarity with individuals, families, collectives, peoples and nations that have been victims of these heinous crimes throughout history. Genocide constitutes one of the most heinous crimes against humanity. Its consequences are devastating, victimizing entire generations. There is also long-standing evidence of the intergenerational effects of trauma of families and communities, as evidenced by the tremendous Holocaust during World War II. The Commission of Genocide warrants the implementation of a transitional justice process comprising the 5 pillars: truth, justice, reparations, warranties of non-recurrence, and memory. Genocides must be duly investigated and documented, their perpetrators brought to justice, tried and punished with penalties that reflect the gravity of the crime. Victims and their families deserve full reparation, including public apologies, other measures of satisfaction, rehabilitation, and compensation. As mandate holder of transitional justice, I focus my job on the measures adopted by governments to guarantee truth, justice, reparations, memory, and warranties of non-recurrence in situations of transition from conflict or authoritarian rule where there have been gross violations of human rights and serious violations of international humanitarian law. A transitional justice process is defined as the full range of processes and associated mechanisms established for dealing with the large-scale past abuses in order to ensure accountability, serve justice, and achieve reconciliation. For the transitional justice process to be successful, all 5 pillars must be fully complied with, all. States cannot choose just one and discard the others. They are all intimately related, and they all aim to prevent the recurrence of crimes and future human rights violations. Without truth, society is deprived of general knowledge of what happened, and adequate process of memory cannot be carried out. Without judging and condemning the perpetrators, a message is given to society that the most atrocious crimes are tolerable. Without comprehensive reparations to the victims and their families, they are re-victimized and deprived of justice. The 2 pillars that relate directly and most profoundly to prevention are institutional measures for non-repetition and memory process. Memory is the 5th pillar of transitional justice processes. Memory processes should especially pay tribute to the victims and bring the voice of the victims to society as a whole and to future generations. The use of new technologies to advance public policies of memory can play a key role in the prevention of genocide. Within the warranties of non-repetition, I believe that 2 general actions can be highlighted to focus the new public policy on human rights. To reform the national institutional and legal framework, to promote the rule of law in accordance with international human rights law, and restore confidence in the institution of the states. In this framework, we must look both to the past and to the future, to develop appropriate vetting processes, to reform the laws and provisions of which gross human rights violations have been based, and to bring all domestic law into conformity with international human rights obligations. The current dynamics of societies present complex challenges, including taking into account the inappropriate use of new technologies as a tool to promote hate speech and the risk this poses to human rights. History, unfortunately, shows us that crimes against humanity have never been committed without a social atmosphere of discrimination and violence to fuel them. The fundamental right to freedom of expression cannot and should not cover discriminatory speech and hate speech. A fundamental tool is human rights education at all formal levels. Incorporation of human rights in education curricula as a subject and as a transversal axis of all contents. In this way, a culture of human rights is created. Citizens incorporate human rights into their daily lives, and nations acquire greater democratic quality. Raphael Lemkin, in his autobiography, describes how, as a young man, he was shocked by the suffering of the Armenian people, and even more, he was outraged to find that the 150 Turkish war criminals arrested and interned in Malta by the British government had been released. Lemkin wondered, a people had been murdered and the guilty persons were released. Why is one person punished when he kills another person, and yet the murder of 1 million is a lesser crime than the murder of a single individual? From then on, he would dedicate his life to the fight against genocide, and later to the adoption of an international convention to prevent and punish the crime. 74 years ago, the UN General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. During the debates, the delegate from Pakistan, Begum Ikramullah, pointed out that not only was the convention written on the blood and tears of more than 1 million Muslims who died in the genocide perpetrated during the partition of India in 1947, but that genocide was often committed throughout the ages against various peoples and nations, and the convention was necessary to prevent other people from suffering similar acts in the future. It is that the same spirit, that of Lemkin and Begum Ikramullah, that must dominate our discussions these days. Now, to state in high voice that the use of new technologies cannot be allowed to be the platform for social division, discrimination, and hatred. I would like to end as I began, by expressing solidarity. Solidarity with the victims and their families, the victims of the past, and those who now, at this very moment, suffer practices of genocide, other crimes against humanity, or similar atrocities. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those moving words and that expression of solidarity. We will now hear from Cecilia Barbieri, Chief of Section on Global Citizenship and Peace Education at UNESCO. She will be delivering a message on behalf of UNESCO Director General Audrey Azoulay, who is the second woman to act as Director General and also was a trailblazer as French Minister of Culture, where she supported women's contemporary art and initiated international programs to safeguard cultural heritage in conflict zones. Her 2017 draft resolution number 2347 to the UN Security Council on the protection of cultural heritage was adopted unanimously. The work that she and Ms. Barbieri do on the protection of cultural heritage and the promotion of cultures of peace are essential elements in the prevention of genocide. Please, Ms. Barbieri.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, Excellencies and distinguished participants. So I'm also very pleased to be here today. It's also my first time in this beautiful country and in Yerevan. And I'm very pleased to convey this message on behalf of our Director General. Genocide never comes out of the blue. Every atrocity crime throughout history has started with words. Words that dehumanize, words that convey hatred, words that attack vulnerable groups. These words gain traction when they are spread, notably through the media. In recent years, the media has undergone major upheavals as a result of new technologies. We heard a lot this morning. The explosion of social media and platforms has accelerated communication between individuals, governments, and groups within and across borders, which also means that hate can spread, and is spreading, faster than ever before. More than ever, we must try to fight all kinds of racism and discrimination, to combat destructive and regressive ideologies, as well as hate speech. This is a commitment that lies at the heart of UNESCO's mandate to build peace in the minds of men and women, and which we reaffirmed last month in Mexico as the international community gathered for our second Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination. This starts with education, an education that promotes peace, mutual understanding, respect, and global citizenship. An education that learns from the past too, to fully understand where violence and discrimination can lead to, and to prevent history from repeating itself. This is why UNESCO is committed to educating about genocide and the long-lasting scars it leaves by working with educators, developing new teaching methods, and creating new materials to tackle genocidal and hateful ideologies. Learning about the past is also essential to navigate the ocean of information available online, to detect conspiracy theories and denial of established historical facts, and respond responsibly to hateful narratives. And UNESCO works with platforms such as Facebook and TikTok to prevent Holocaust denial and distortion online by redirecting users towards verified information. More broadly, UNESCO also works to equip young people with media and information literacy, with the capacity to recognize and resist messages of hate and engage positively online as global citizens. These skills are vital if the digital sphere is to foster understanding, tolerance, and cooperation between people and communities, rather than sowing division and violence. In 2021, UNESCO published a new edition of its Media and Information Literacy curriculum to address the new challenges of the digital era, from digital citizenship to hate speech. And UNESCO, in collaboration with the Office of the Special Advisor on Genocide, will shortly be publishing a policy guide to better equip education systems to foster understanding of hate speech and help develop educational programs that address its root causes and counter its manifestations. But for the digital sphere to truly become an asset for communication and peace, we must combat the spread of hate speech and disinformation itself. And this requires a joint effort with media platforms, whose algorithms all too often push people toward extreme content. And this is why UNESCO is gathering media platforms, governments, and regulators in February to discuss a modern regulatory framework to help build an internet of trust and fight online hatred while protecting freedom of speech. Ladies and gentlemen, prevention of genocide, notably by addressing emerging challenges in the digital sphere, is at the heart of UNESCO's mandate through the promotion of education for global citizenship, the fight against racism, anti-Semitism, and all other forms of intolerance and discrimination. Therefore, we should educate, research, and remain alert about the violent ideologies that fester online if left unchecked. And in this way, we can tirelessly strive to strengthen the bonds of our common humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that important message. Thank you. Our next guest is Dr. Angelos Syrigos, Deputy Minister of Education and Religious Affairs of the Hellenic Republic, and also Associate Professor of International Law and Foreign Policy at the Department of International and European Studies of the Pantheon University of Social and Political Sciences in Athens, Greece. He has written books on Greek-Turkish relations and the Cyprus issue, among other topics, and his public and intellectual work are a testament to the importance of education, diplomacy, scholarship, and cultural heritage in domestic and regional peace-building efforts. Thank you very much. Please come. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. First of all, I would like to thank the people who organized the 4th Global Forum Against the Crime of Genocide for inviting me. Both Greeks and Armenians lived together side by side for more than 2,400 years in the same lands in Asia Minor. The tragic events described by Greeks as minor catastrophe, or by the Armenians as catastrophe, divided us. But we still remember the days that we lived in the same cities, in the same villages. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to say that we have to be extremely careful with the use of the word genocide. I'm saying this because almost all the suffering of the people of the world is named today as genocide. Genocide cannot be understood simply in terms of killing people. The 1948 Genocide Convention clearly limited genocide to the deliberate destruction of ethnic, racial, and religious groups as such. It implicitly drew a particular sharp line between genocide and other forms of mass killings. Most important, the Genocide Convention said that genocide involved the destruction of groups in whole or in part through a variety of means, not only mass killings. As Paul Lemkin wrote in a letter to New York Times in November 1947, the case of the Armenians, the case of the Christians under Turkish rule in the Balkans, pogroms of Jews under Tsarist Russia, these were not isolated cases or acts of violence multiplied by hundreds or thousands of victims, but collective crimes based upon a specific criminal intent to wipe out entirely or partially a human group. Second observation. Groups identified as enemies in the minds of perpetrators are often comprised of people whose imputed power bears little relationship to reality. Let me take 2 examples. The Young Turks claimed that the Ottoman citizens, who were ethnic Armenians, Assyrians, or Greeks, were able to fight the powerful and fully equipped Ottoman army. That's why they had to kill them. The Nazis defined the Jews as a powerful enemy, although they included among them people who had only part Jewish ancestry or were totally assimilated in German society, and whose wealth and power, such as it was hardly connected to their ethnic descent. Third observation. Yes, but many of them have survived. The destruction of a group identity is genocidal even when its individual members manage to survive physically. Let me take the example of the Jews during the Second World War. Not even Hitler managed to succeed in killing all the Jews, even within occupied Europe. What matters is that there was a manifest continuity between early phases of Nazi violence against Jews and the final stage of mass extermination. The intention to destroy the Jews as an economic, political, and cultural force in German and European society was manifested much earlier, and there was a sense that systematic killings completed as final solution. A process began much earlier in many other measures, less final and comprehensive in their violence. Fourth, which is an excuse we often hear in relation with the tragic events that took place in the Ottoman Empire between 1914 up to 1923. The incidents, meaning genocide and ethnic cleansing that took place at that time, were due to the war. If this was the case, the Allied powers had the right to exterminate all the German population following the end of the Second World War. 6, which is connected with the problems we are facing with technology. We must have a very good knowledge of the events. Let me take the example of the Armenian genocide, the genocide of the Greeks, and the genocide of the Assyrians. How many genocides we had? 1, 2, 3, 4? No. In reality, we had only one genocide. The genocide of all the Christian populations in Minor Asia. This started in early 1914, before the First World War. When we speak about the genocide of the Armenians, of the Greeks, or the Assyrians, we speak about different phases of the same genocide. When we divide these different phases in different genocides, we offer to the perpetrators the ability to find the excuses why they murdered the Armenians, the Greek, or the Assyrians. Education is the most important thing. We do not want recognition of previous genocides as a revenge or a way just to memorize the victims. We do not want these events being repeated. Let me take an example. During the last 1.5 years, there is a TV series in Turkey TV called Teşkilat. It is the Turkish equivalent of Mission Impossible, the American series. They speak about a group of people who work for the Turkish secret forces, and they work all over the world. It is okay until now. The only problem is the use of the word teşkilat. Teşkilat does not mean anything in modern Turkish. Nevertheless, teşkilat means the secret organization, Teşkilat-i Mahsusa, which organized the mass killings and the genocide of the Armenians and the Greeks and the Assyrians between 1914 up to 1918. It is equivalent to see in the German TV a TV series called Gestapo. It is unthinkable. Nevertheless, in Turkey, the use of the word teşkilat and the meaning that they are the people who continue Teşkilat-i Mahsusa, it is considered as something logical without problems. That is the reason that we have seen, it is unthinkable today that Germany supports a nation against Israel. It is unthinkable for Germany to sell weapons to Syria or to Iran. Nevertheless, what is unthinkable for Germany, it is what happened 2 years ago between Turkey and Azerbaijan. Turkey offered weapons to Azerbaijan to fight the Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh. I find what happened in Germany as the best example. In Germany, you know, it is very difficult to face your history, to accept that your father or your grandfather was a person who participated in a genocide of another nation, of a racial or ethnic group. The Germans learned to do it because they were educated after the end of the Second World War. They had to face their history because the Allied powers obliged them to face their history. And this took place only through education. So I strongly believe that education is the most important thing. Finally, we have to admit that the Greeks call the events that took place between 1914 up to 1922 as minor Asia catastrophe. The Armenians use the word Metz Yegern or Aget, which means the great crime or catastrophe. The Jews use the word Holocaust. This does not mean that all these events do not constitute a genocide. Genocide comprises mass murders, ethnic cleansing, destruction of cultural monuments, the violent uprooting of a population from its ancestral homes. Genocide is the dissolution of an entire world. It is the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very important talk. Thank you. So finally, again, last but certainly not least, we will hear from Dr. Verena Alberta Shepherd, chairperson of the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Dr. Shepherd is also professor of social history at the University of the West Indies and director of the university's Institute for Gender Development Studies. She has a long career in the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, where she also served as a member of the Working Group of Experts on People of African Descent and lobbied for the creation of the International Decade for People of African Descent, which we are currently in and which will end in 2024. Dr. Shepherd will join us online. She is not here with us today, and so we will hear her message online. Thank you, Dr. Shepherd. Dr. Shepherd, can you hear us? We're having a hard time hearing you. Can you wait 1 second? What does one do? I don't know. Dr. Shepherd, you're not muted, are you? Is the audio on our end? No, she's okay. No, not yet. Not yet. Thank you for checking, but no, we can't hear you yet. Okay, Dr. Shepard, we are working hard on this. Can you say something again to see if we can hear you?
I can hear you very well.
Oh, good. We can hear you, actually. It's a little low. Can we raise it up?
I am at my maximum volume.
Wonderful. I think we can hear you. So,
Okay.
one moment.
So I will start again.
It's okay? Okay. So, Dr. Shepard, thank you very much for joining us once again. We're very honored that you're here with us. Thank you.
Okay, so let me start again. I started by saying greetings to the Honorable Prime Minister, other excellencies, fellow speakers, and I express thanks to the organizers for inviting me to make a statement on behalf of CERD at this 4th Global Forum against the crime of genocide. And I express kudos to the government and people of Armenia for hosting this forum. I regret that I cannot be with you there in Yerevan, but I send warm greetings from Kingston, Jamaica. The topic chosen for the 4th Global Forum is important because any crime without a remedy is abhorrent to the spirit of justice. And we have seen the ways in which unremedied crimes like genocide against certain populations, historically and in the more recent times, have disfigured our world and affected the maintenance of peace among nations. As a reminder, genocide is defined as any act conducted or committed
there's nothing. Thank you. Dr. Shepard? Dr. Shepard, I'm interrupting you. I'm so sorry. The sound just went out. Again, we're having terrible technical problems. So the organizers are working on that, and they're asking, and we hope you might have time, if we could take a small break while they work on the technology, and they will get back to you. They will email you in a few moments when it's ready to go. Is that okay? Wonderful. Thank you so much, because we really want to hear your thoughts and your words. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so everyone here, we're going to take a coffee break while the organizers are working on technology. So thank you all. Are still filtering in. We're going to start again. And we have Dr. Shepard online again. And apparently we also have audio connection.
Mike.
Up on the stage, and then we'll have Dr. Shepard start. Maybe we should get them up here now, right? Okay, so while we wait for Dr. Shepard, can I ask the panelists for the upcoming panel to come up to the stage, please? Thank you. That way we will have a seamless transition. They're great. Wonderful. We changed plans. The panelists. Are you the only panelist here so far? Here we go. Great. Okay. Dr. Shepard, can you say something again?
Okay, so I was saying hopefully third time will be lucky. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear and perfectly now, so we're excited. So please, without further ado, Dr. Shepard, we welcome you here again to the Global Forum, and thank you for sticking with us.
Okay, and if something happens, I've sent my speech so you can read it for me. So shall I start now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So once more, Honorable Prime Minister, other excellencies, fellow speakers, thank you to the organizers for inviting me to make a statement on behalf of the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination at this 4th Global Forum against the Crime of Genocide. And kudos to the government and people of Armenia for hosting this forum. I regret that I cannot be with you there in Yerevan, but I send warm greetings from Kingston, Jamaica. The topic chosen for this 4th Global Forum is important because any crime without a remedy is abhorrent to the spirit of justice. And we have seen the ways in which unremedied crimes like genocide against certain populations, historically and in more recent times, have disfigured our world and affected the maintenance of peace among nations. As a reminder, genocide is defined as any act committed with the intention of destroying in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Even though the first legally acknowledged case of genocide is associated with the Jewish Holocaust during World War II, we all know that acts of genocide were committed long before, including in this part of the world. The United Nations recognized genocide as an international crime in 1946. Since then, the global community has become more adept at identifying instances which are or should be or should have been classified as such, even before the world wars, and finding ways to prevent genocide. There are many examples, but I will mention just a few that affect the current fight for reparation in Africa and the Caribbean, using the lens of history and focusing on colonial genocide, as previous speakers have given other examples, which I will not repeat. But I want to point out one example, Belgium. Belgium, for example, has been confronted by the atrocities committed in the Congo during their occupation beginning in the late 19th century by King Leopold II. As a result, a new term or concept was introduced, that is colonial genocide. This is an acknowledgement of the deliberate and conscious decision by colonizers and enslavers to disregard humane treatment of some groups based on national, ethnic, racial, or religious association. And I should point out that another case involving Germany is the case of the Herero and Nama peoples of Namibia, a precursor to the Holocaust, which would give light to the crime of genocide. The atrocities committed by Germany against the Nama and Herero peoples of Namibia, then German Southwest Africa, speak to the history of racial, ethnic, national, and religious prejudice. And I should say that during the period of this genocide, between 24,000 and 100,000 Herero people and 10,000 Nama people, or 80% of Herero and 50% of Nama peoples were eradicated by German soldiers. Then in the Caribbean, genocide is not unknown. So I want to take a few examples from my region, chosen to show that this crime is not confined to Europe and colonialist actions in Africa. It applies to the Caribbean if we accept that it can happen at any time, anywhere, as long as the intent is carried out and there is annihilation or physical destruction of whole population groups. That is because genocide involves deliberately inflicting on a group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group or even forcibly transferring children of the group to another group, which happened in the Caribbean under chattel enslavement. In the Caribbean, during the period of conquest by the Spanish and the implementation of the Colombian project, entire villages of indigenous peoples were murdered by outright violence, enslavement, and overwork, as well as by diseases like smallpox, to which they had no immunity. Historians have documented the systematic deaths of indigenous peoples in the Caribbean and Central America, estimating some 7 million deaths to the Taino communities in 4 decades of conquest and enslavement. The English conquest of Jamaica, in fact, reduced a population of about 60,000 to almost nothing now, surviving only because of the mixture with Africans and the Maroon communities. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as Ralph Gonsalves writes, in 1763, when the British assumed sovereignty of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, there were an estimated 9,000 Kalinago and Garifuna people in those islands. But during and after the anti-colonial struggles by the indigenous peoples, approximately 5,000 of the indigenous peoples, mainly Garifuna, were subjected to wanton genocide, and a further 2,248 deported. In this way, roughly 80% of the Kalinago/Garifuna nation was decimated. So the method of genocide by the Spanish and European colonizers in the Caribbean can be accurately associated with colonial genocide. The practice of cruelty, violence, and overwork would be replicated for several more centuries, with enslaved Africans kidnapped from their homelands, transported against their wills in inhumane conditions, forced to work without pay, and subjected to genocide. Taking my own island as an example, we know that by the end of the trafficking, approximately 1.5 million Africans arrived in Jamaica. Yet at the time of emancipation in 1838, the estimated number of enslaved Africans was just 311,000. This decline in the population is shocking. The British colony of Jamaica was both a shining example of colonial prowess and horrific display of slavery practices. The inhumane and unjust circumstances of slavery in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean easily falls under the category of genocide because of the deliberate treatment of Africans as subhuman and chattel on the basis of their ethnicity and racial group and cultural differences. So as I end, I will say, reparation for historic crimes must be pursued and apologies that commit to repair and non-repetition given. Nations that are state parties to the International Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination must commit to eliminate racial discrimination that often gives rise to conflicts, as well as commit to self-determination and respect for the rights and dignity of all peoples. Mass atrocities anywhere threaten world peace, and we must all stand against it using our collective influence, as well as condemn the use of new technologies that spread hate via social media and escalate conflicts in the world. The ICERD Article 4 is very strong on the need to address hate crimes and legislate against it. This was part of the intention of CERD's General Recommendation 36 on preventing and combating racial profiling by law enforcement officials, looking at the use and abuse of AI and algorithms, as racial profiling is often a critical part of the crime of genocide, and we should do all we can to prevent and eradicate it. I thank you very much.
Okay, the mic is on. So good afternoon, everyone, and I hope that with the coffee and the food break, people are energized and now ready to get into the nitty-gritty of how we use technology for both good and bad. Like Special Rapporteur Salvioli, I would like to begin this panel by expressing my solidarity with the victims of genocide of the past and victims of genocide today, and that includes the Armenian genocide. Right now, we're dealing with the genocide of the Rohingya, the Yazidis, the Uyghurs. So again, a global conference which is about confronting the crimes of genocide cannot start without acknowledging it. I also want to begin by thanking the government of Armenia for their very generous hospitality, for bringing us all together from every corner of the world to talk about this very important issue. And I also want to sort of reflect on how we started the morning today by visiting the Maten Daran, which was a fantastic sort of way to start the conversation today, because it just sort of again reinforced the fact that we all, we are part of a global community, and it's not a reality of today. It's been a reality since 5th century. So each of the manuscript, the colors painted on them came from different parts of the world. So again, just to sort of, reinforce some of these broad ideas. So welcome to the panel just now. And I think that through this morning, we have heard a lot of sort of big principles that were talked about. We heard a lot about hate speech. We learned a lot about sort of some best practices from Sylvia, from Alice, from Federico. But with this panel, I think that we are pivoting, and we're going to hear from experts who work on particular situations or work more broadly on technology. And I think that a lot has been said about hate speech, a lot has been said about the role of technology in enabling crimes, the role of technology not only through speech and disinformation, but also what we have recently seen is that how technology can be used to surveil populations, to sort of impose even more restrictions on them. And we've also seen sort of use of drones and others to, again, commit crimes against populations. But this panel, unlike a lot of panels on new technologies, will actually look at the positive impact of it. What kind of impact does new technology have in terms of improving our ability to ensure accountability for atrocity crimes, and in just monitoring, understanding, and recording when crimes and how the crimes unfold. So without further ado, I will turn to our panel. Since the protocol division of the Armenian Foreign Ministry has produced such amazing booklets, I will not read your full bios, but just go one by one and just, your name and your position right now, and then we can hear from them. I would first like to call on Mr. Nicholas Kumijian, who is the head of the UN Independent Investigative Mechanism on Myanmar. Nicholas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very appreciative for being invited to participate in this very important event, and this important topic, and it's wonderful to be back in Yerevan again. I'm the head of the United Nations Independent Investigative Mechanism for Myanmar. We were created by the United Nations Human Rights Council with the mandate to collect evidence of the most serious international crimes committed in Myanmar since 2011, and then to build files that could facilitate criminal prosecutions. So I want to just briefly discuss three aspects of our work related to new developments in the field and how these new developments are affecting our efforts to have accountability for crimes in Myanmar. The first is, the three topics are the social media, secondly, video evidence, and third, universal jurisdiction cases. Social media, most of the speakers today have at least mentioned the issue of social media, and social media played a huge role in Myanmar and continues to play a huge role in Myanmar, and in inciting violence in Myanmar. People often say that Facebook is the internet in Myanmar. When people buy telephones, especially a few years ago in Myanmar, they came with Facebook installed. The primary source for many, many people in Myanmar of news was their Facebook accounts and the feeds that they received. And what we recognized in Myanmar is that there was a lot of incitement, a lot of hate speech that was going on, particularly prior to the clearance operations against the Rohingya minority, the Rohingya Muslim minority in 2017. And then on further examination of what was actually going on, it appears that often this hate speech was being spread by networks of accounts acting in a coordinated fashion. Facebook has a policy of taking down accounts that it identifies as engaging in coordinated inauthentic behavior. That's when accounts pretend to be someone they are not and hide their true purpose. And at the mechanism, we were aware that Facebook made several announcements of taking down networks that it said it had tied to the Myanmar military. And in fact, this unfortunately is a phenomena that we're seeing not just in Myanmar, but around the world. And that is governments or state entities engaging in social media campaigns. Of course, nothing wrong in doing an information campaign, but hiding who they actually are and manipulating the information, and often, not in every case, but often presenting false information. And as many people know, if you repeat falsehoods over and over again, it's very hard for most people to distinguish the truth. These falsehoods become accepted. So one of the projects that we have now at the mechanism is looking at a group of accounts that Facebook took down because of ties to the Myanmar military. And we ourselves can identify, using some modern techniques, how these different accounts were actually part of a single network and actually were being run by the Myanmar military, including things like when we see the same post reposted within minutes on all of these accounts or several of these accounts on the same network. So for example, there was one post that my team has identified, and it was a long post talking about how Rohingya, which they call Bengali, trying to say that they don't exist actually as a distinct ethnic group in Myanmar. They'd rather say that they're Bengalis, which is the neighboring country. That there was a big demonstration in Chittagong, the neighboring city in Bangladesh, where millions of people were marching and demanding arming Muslims. And there was a long post about Islam being a threat to Buddhism in Myanmar, the people of Myanmar being under threat. And this is a common technique that I think in all the cases I've worked on tribunals on violence in Bosnia, Sierra Leone, East Timor, Cambodia, and Darfur. And one of the things I recognize that's so common in all of the genocides and mass atrocity crimes that occur is that perpetrators, organizers of these events, try to vilify the target group. They try to create fear of the target group. This target group is going to take over our country, our state, our religion, our people are under threat from this other group. Therefore, we have to take all measures to eliminate this threat. This is how you perpetuate a genocide, get it started. And so in this post, it also was accompanied by a photograph of a cow with its stomach slit open and its intestines lying beside it. And this is a photograph that would be offensive to many Buddhists because cows, for many Buddhists in Myanmar, have some religious significance. And we saw that same post was reposted within minutes by several other accounts on the network, and then it went viral, reposted over and over again. So this is one of the ways that we that the threat exists from social media, and also some of the ways that we can now try to investigate and bring accountability for crimes is by trying to identify these. But it's very, very resource intensive. Just from the small group of pages and accounts that we've obtained from Facebook, there are over 8 million items, that an item being a post or a photograph or a video, that we have to review. And they're in the Burmese language, in different scripts, in different fonts. So this is very resource demanding. And one of the issues it's demanding on us as people trying to analyze these posts for accountability, and it's also very difficult for those trying to monitor and prevent these kinds of incitements for violence from appearing on the internet. And it's especially difficult when it's a language that's not so commonly used. So Burmese, there are, of course, tens of millions of people around the world that speak Burmese, but Facebook for a long time had no one, or then it had a very small number of individuals monitoring their network, their Burmese posts to see what was offensive and against their policies. And another problem is whether or not those that are monitoring understand the context of the post, the context of the situation. And I'll tell you a little story that I think illustrates this, a true story. Soon after we started at the mechanism, we identified a post where someone had several people had put on the internet an allegation that an advisor of Aung San Suu Kyi, then the state counselor of Myanmar, had gone to Japan and met with the head of the mechanism. That would be, I was the head of the Myanmar mechanism. And there were several posts underneath it about how this person is a traitor by meeting with the head of the mechanism, and we should meet him at the airport. Now, in Myanmar, everyone who's aware of Myanmar politics knows that in 2017, a very close advisor to Aung San Suu Kyi, Ko Ni, a Muslim leader of Myanmar, came back from a conference in Bangkok to the airport in Yangon. He was carrying his grandchild in his hands, and someone came up behind him and assassinated him at the airport, shot him in the head. So when someone posts, "meet him at the airport," it's absolutely clear what they meant in that context. I should also mention that this post was accompanied by a photograph that I guess was supposed to be the person in question, the advisor to Aung San Suu Kyi, meeting the head of the mechanism. But it actually was a picture of that gentleman not meeting me, but Sergei Lavrov. For some reason, they put his photograph meeting this individual. So we asked Facebook to take that down, and at first they said no, it didn't meet their standards, it wasn't inciting violence. And then protested and pointed out to them in the context of Myanmar, meet them at the airport is very clear what that means, that is a clear incitement to kill. So another aspect of accountability that we're now dealing with, a phenomena that's different from all the other courts that I worked in and all these other situations I mentioned, from Darfur to Bosnia and Cambodia, is that in all these, is probably because of the time period. We're looking mainly at 2017, and these other incidents happened in the 70s, the 90s, the early 2000s. What has changed from my other experiences is that when these crimes happened, even the very, very poor, oppressed Rohingya usually had a cell phone. And thousands of them were videotaping crimes ongoing. So we have received thousands and thousands of videos. This is a new phenomenon that didn't exist a couple decades ago. But what do you do with it? How do you analyze it? It requires new technologies in order to, one, make these searchable. Can we actually search for a particular kind of uniform or search for particular locations? When you receive a video of an atrocity, can you actually geolocate where that video was taken from? For example, a video of prisoners of war being executed. Can you geolocate where that is and try to identify the time? A lot of it depends upon trying to obtain the metadata for that video and get it as freshly as possible as close as possible to the original source. And then another great challenge because of modern technology is, how do you prove that this wasn't manipulated? Electronic evidence it's becoming more and more sophisticated. Those that can manipulate even videos to create a video of something that never happened. So this is always a challenge to try to authenticate and be able to show that these videos are in fact the truth. This really did happen, this execution or the burning of the village really did occur. And then trying to go through these quickly, the third phenomena, which I think is a little bit more, I think a very hopeful phenomena development in international law, is the increasing use of universal jurisdiction. And our last speaker talked about the fact that in our last panel, half of it was Argentines. And I think perhaps some of the reason for that might be because of the great interest of Argentina in international justice, because of the experience of Argentina and Argentines for the dirty war. It's still fresh in their memories. So in our case with the Myanmar mechanism, one of the clients we have for our information are the courts in Argentina, because individuals, Rohingya, based in the United Kingdom, living in the United Kingdom, and refugees in Bangladesh, filed a complaint with the district court in Buenos Aires, Argentina, asking them to investigate atrocity crimes, crimes against humanity, potentially genocide, that happened in Myanmar, halfway around the world. And the Argentine appellate court ruled that, yes, in Argentina, crimes against humanity, as the meaning of the name, it's something that that's a crime against all of us. No matter who we are, no matter where we are, it affects all of humanity, and Argentine courts must investigate this complaint, even though there's absolutely no tie to Argentina. Many other countries also have and are increasingly having and using universal jurisdiction to try to bring some justice to situations where there's no possibility in the home country. Most of the time, these require some link to the country, either the citizenship of the victims or of the perpetrators, or the physical presence of the victims or the perpetrators in the home country, gives the courts of that country jurisdiction over something that happened outside their borders. But in the case of Argentina, it's one of the fairly rare countries that has a pure universal jurisdiction. And this case is proceeding in the courts of Argentina, even though there was no showing of any tie to the country at all. And I think that's a very hopeful example of the commitment to justice, to the end of genocide around the world by some people who experience some of the effects of it. And somewhat in that same regard, I'd like to end my remarks by just thanking the government of the Republic of Armenia for its support to the Myanmar mechanism. Again, Armenia and Myanmar have very little in common, and a long way away from each other. But the Republic of Armenia has stood and supported the mechanism for Myanmar and supported the people of Myanmar by supporting our mechanism, and we're very, very grateful for that, for the role, particularly in Geneva and the Human Rights Council. We really appreciate the work of the Republic of Armenia. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas, for those really granular examples of the way the technology can be used to identify perpetrators and accountability mechanisms, but you also sort of highlighted that how time-consuming, resource-heavy these these methods still remain. And sort of the point I take from you, and which multiple speakers emphasized today in the morning sessions, was that hate speech, in the end, and prevention of hate speech and prevention is context specific. So prevention starts at home, and if you want to prevent hate speech, if you want to sort of stop social media becoming a platform for spreading hate, then it has to begin at home, because we understand our own context the best. Now I have Daniel Bekele. He's the Chief Commissioner of the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. Daniel.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, I also wish to join other colleagues and friends in expressing solidarity for victims and survivors, and thanking government and people of Armenia for organizing this and having us, and in particular thanks to the Armenian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the organizers of this forum. I am also very pleased to be here today in this very beautiful country and truly historic country of Armenia, which has a very long-standing ties and relations with my own country, Ethiopia. I am also very proud that my country, Ethiopia, was one of the safe havens for Armenians since the early 1900s, and the Armenian community and the Armenian legacy continues to be a very rich part of my country, Ethiopia, and the history of my country, Ethiopian history. The topic for our conversation on role and use of new technologies in preventing genocide and advancing accountability efforts. By new technology, it can potentially refer to a wide range of technologies, but For purpose of my contribution, I focus on the ICT technology because it seems to be that, that's where the focus is. Otherwise, one can talk about a wide range of technologies. And other speakers since this morning have repeatedly said, like any other technology, ICT also has a potential to be misused for incitement and commission of atrocity crimes. But the focus of this panel, as you noted, is specifically on the role and use of technologies in preventing atrocity crimes and advancing accountability efforts. Therefore, my brief contribution for this panel, and which I hope this panel would be more of an interactive discussion panel following our presentation. My brief contribution for this panel would be raising or identifying some pointers for further discussion on the role and use of ICT in 3 different stages of atrocity crimes. The first one being the pre-violence stage, which for the purpose of the role of technology, you can consider it as at the early warning stage of atrocity crimes. The second stage is during the course of the violence, and the third stage is in the post-violence stage. So the pre-violence, or probably what you can refer to as the early warning functions of ICT. As a number of people have said, atrocity crimes do not occur in a vacuum, nor are they isolated or random incidents. Rather, it is kind of a process with precursors, indicators, and triggering factors. Before the outbreak of violent conflicts, therefore, ICT can definitely be used to gather, to analyze information, to help identify or detect the early warning signs and the risk factors and the aggravating conditions for atrocity crimes. And we have repeatedly seen that it is the absence of timely and credible information, which is a factor that contributes to the failure of relevant state and international bodies or national human rights institutions, as well as civil society organizations, to identify the triggers, the dimension and the scope of the violence, and the indicators of crisis or conflict situation, which therefore contributes to failing to take early action to prevent atrocity crimes. Information communication technologies, including social media, and now we increasingly have a remote sensing capability such as satellite imagery and other forms of digital data collection tools play such a critical role in information gathering, analysis, and recommendations. And ICT provides critically necessary information and evidence to a diverse range of stakeholders to assess both the context and the risk factors and the aggravating conditions, as I mentioned. For instance, one of the very important tools we have with the UN framework and the UN Special Advisor for the Secretary General, our sister Alice is here, is a framework developed with her office called the UN Framework of Analysis for Atrocity Crimes. Indicates as one of the indicators as the increased inflammatory rhetoric, propaganda campaigns, or hate speech is one of the risk factors and potentially predictors for the commission of atrocity crimes. And a systematic collection and analysis of data through ICT from various platforms, including social media, as repeatedly was referred to make an effective assessment of the presence of such risk factors and indicators is critically important. And given that atrocity crimes or incidents have their own peculiar features, it's also important to keep in mind that the atrocity prevention responses have to be tailored to specific circumstances based on in-depth understanding of a socio-economic and political context of a country, which again indicates the need to leverage the potential of ICT for a big data analysis. A second point, during violence stage, and this can probably be referred to as an informative and awareness-raising function of ICT once an unfortunate violent conflict situation has broken out. And in this context, ICT may once again serve as a channel through which witnesses, journalists, citizen reporters, and first responders share their information, observations, videos, and photographs with various stakeholders for all the necessary timely responses and action. New technologies, including, like I mentioned in the first section, satellite imagery, could also assist the investigation and documentation of human rights violations and atrocity crimes. Communication technologies can also help to disseminate messages of peace, encouraging dialogue and promote tolerance and mutual understanding towards ending violence and building sustainable peace. So even when we are in the middle of a violence situation, on the one hand, there is a need for credible information, but on the other hand, there is a space for promoting dialogue, peaceful resolution, and an end to violence, in which ICT still has a very important role. And finally, third point is on a post-violence stage. Once a country emerges or a particular situation emerges out of conflict situation, and at this stage, you can probably refer to it as a stage where we would be focused on evidence gathering, evidence preserving, functions of ICT, and support for transitional justice processes and transitional justice mechanisms. And you would note that in a lot of such instances, one of the challenges has been lack of proper investigation and documentation, creates a challenge to pursue justice and accountability for atrocity crimes. Therefore, ICT once again can be leveraged to collect and preserve valuable digital evidences of human rights violations with the purpose of supporting transitional justice processes, including any national, regional, or international accountability efforts and processes. And in countries that have experienced violent conflict and mass atrocity crimes, it is the absence of such evidences that not only undermines accountability measures, but also contributes to misinformation, suspicion, which feeds into further tension and potential conflict. Therefore, documentation and preservation of evidences with the use of ICT is extremely crucial to seek and tell the truth, as well as to support future transitional justice processes. Therefore, I would conclude by saying that enhancing the ability of relevant actors to gather, to store, to analyze, and disseminate information, ICT can offer support for atrocity prevention as well as for accountability efforts. We should therefore harness ICT capacity to build new capabilities in early warning, in remote sensing, and safe evidence collection efforts to prevent atrocity crimes as well as to support justice processes. But let's keep in mind the use of ICT can only be complementing other prevention strategies and should not divert attention from national level comprehensive strategies for the prevention of atrocity crimes with the participation of all relevant stakeholders. I finish my contribution with these remarks, and I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Daniel, and it's always such a pleasure to hear from you. And just to sort of add and build upon what Daniel said, I mean, in multiple situations, new technologies are also ways in which we can access victims. I mean, with the commissions of inquiry and different sort of mechanisms adopted by the international community, sometimes access to a particular situation is an issue. So new technologies have also enabled us to reach people who are directly affected by atrocity crimes. Before I call on Kyle, I have an announcement which the organizers have asked me to make. In your notebook, there is a QR code, the notebook which came in the white bag. And if you access that QR code, you can also sort of download the agenda and the speaker's bio on your phone. So just so that you know that there is another way through which you can access, again, use of new technologies. So now, it's a great pleasure to invite Kyle Matthews. Kyle is the Executive Director of the Montreal Institute for Genocide and Human Rights Studies at Concordia University. Kyle, the floor is yours.
Oops, sorry about that. I'm sure everyone's awake now. So I'm very pleased to be here and to have a talk with you about atrocity prevention and technology. At the start of the Syrian civil war, which is referred to as the world's first YouTube war, the first war to be where we could see atrocities posted, recorded on YouTube, shared on social media, I began to look at the role of social media. My colleagues and I began to study how social media was being weaponized, particularly when Daesh, ISIS, a non-state actor, began to use social media, not just to incite hate, but used it to recruit fighters into the Syrian conflict, began to use social media, Facebook in particular, to take Yazidi women and trade them as sexual slaves after they decimated Yazidi communities. We began to see social media, these new technologies and mobile phones, become a main weapon of those committing atrocities. And my colleagues and I wanted to do something about this. We had meetings with Global Affairs Canada. We met with foundations saying, give us some money. We need to look at how we can deal with these emerging technologies to stop atrocity crimes. People laughed at us. They said, no, social media, that's not important. It really isn't important at all. Fast forward 11 years, and we're finally having these important discussions. The UN Office for Prevention of Genocide is doing important work on hate speech. We've finally been able to crack the code and get this on the policy agenda. But unfortunately, much more has to be done. Since the Syrian civil war, that started in 2011, and it's not over, by the way, we've begun to see a whole rise of new emerging technologies that are being used increasingly by authoritarian states and non-state actors and are contributing to current atrocity crimes. And I would argue that as these technologies have expanded and risen so fast, we have yet to control them, we have yet to legislate against them, and we have yet to come up with positive, strong responses to try to protect people from the misuse of these technologies. So what are some examples? I know if we look at 2022, we have the largest number of refugees and IDPs that we've ever had in modern history. Over 100 million people displaced, it shows that as a community we haven't done as much to prevent these crimes. But when you dig a bit deeper, there's a discussion here that has to be had. And that discussion is that we have certain authoritarian regimes, certain non-state actors, and private sector companies that are weaponizing new emerging technologies to the detriment of human rights and against the Genocide Convention. So what are some of these examples? So there's a new concept that's emerged that I think the atrocity prevention community must be aware of. It's called digital authoritarianism. This is the use by authoritarian governments of technologies to surveil, repress, control information, and persecute different groups across the globe. We have the case, as we mentioned earlier, about some of the groups that are facing atrocity crimes today, facing genocide. We've heard about the Uyghurs in China. We are only beginning to understand that there's a whole set of new tech companies that have been developing AI-powered facial recognition software to surveil the Uyghur minorities, to control them, to herd them into camps, and actually coupled with that is a transnational repression, a digital repression, to counter anyone speaking about this issue. Just last week in Canada, my home country, a pretty strong, solid democracy, Amnesty International, the Canadian branch, made public that they underwent a cyber attack coming from Chinese sources, which shut down their entire system for weeks and actually went after sensitive data over Chinese dissidents they're working with, and particularly on the Uyghur issue. So we're beginning to see human rights groups starting to get attacked transnationally through digital methods. This is new, and this is something that I think everyone needs to understand is a problem. And coupled with that is another issue. It's not just hate speech, but it's the abuse of social media platforms in massive disinformation campaigns. We're beginning to see massive troll armies take over space online to deny atrocity crimes, to deny the reports and target journalists and human rights activists, and even the UN itself when reporting on these issues. So that's a serious problem, and one that we need to think about. How can we counter this? How can we bring in new ideas, new people into this discussion in order to come up with a more robust response. Now, we also have another case that was mentioned today. It was the case of Ukraine. We have been uncovering, since the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation, more and more stories of atrocities, of Bucha, of cities under occupation, of children being taken into Russia. And this has become a serious issue, but we begin to see the same narratives, the same tools of repression, digital repression, being used to go after journalists, to silence journalists, to harass journalists, to transnational oppression, as well as to solidify or to vilify those who are reporting on this. So I would argue that this digital authoritarianism is quite new, and it goes beyond social media. Facial recognition software companies. There's a case in Canada where companies such as Tencent, major Chinese tech companies, Tencent, Hikvision, Huawei, who are all trying to get into different countries and sell their services, and there's now a lot more research being done that they're actually involved in the repression of the Uyghurs. How do you respond to that? Is one of the responses to actually counter atrocities now about trying to push back against these companies and using that as an economic lever to stop them from doing what they're doing? These are new discussions that are being held within a growing digital rights community, but I have a sense that in the atrocity prevention community, we need to get a little bit more engaged on this and discuss this. But leaving that to the side, I think there are 4 things that the atrocity prevention community has to do in order to look at what are some of the best practices or models that we can look at in actually advancing genocide prevention and using tech for good. One is the justice and accountability issue that we heard about. One thing that wasn't mentioned, there's a lot of important initiatives. I would say the International Bar Association launched something called Eyewitness App. It's being used in Ukraine. It's an app that allows you to upload documentation. It then goes through a rigorous process that can be used for eventual prosecution. These are some new tools that have to be used and have to be expanded by the NGO and international community. Likewise, the Human Rights Center at Berkeley University has developed an international protocol for the same thing, to better use digital evidence to improve its effective use in international criminal and human rights investigations. These need to be increased. The whole world is online, everything's being recorded. We need to figure out ways how we can do this. The other one is satellite imagery. You know, a couple of years ago, actually just 20 years ago, only maybe 4 or 5 powerful countries could access satellite technology, usually for spying and so forth. Now, it's available commercially. We have Human Rights Watch that has used satellite imagery to showcase in Myanmar Rohingya villages that have been burnt during massive rainstorms. How is that possible? We've had Amnesty International use this to expose patterns of atrocities in Anglophone region of Cameroon. There are ways that the civil society groups and others can use these technologies to further expose and to get evidence of what's happening. Another one that I think is not often thought about in the atrocity prevention community is the issue of internet and communication shutdowns. We're seeing increasingly more and more countries shut down the internet, shut down cell phone access in order to hide evidence, does not allow the world to see what's happening. In 2008, the Marrow Project at Harvard University noted that the publication of images and evidence of atrocities referred to as the power of witness could play an important role in shaping and stopping the behavior of government and non-state actors that were committing or planning to commit atrocity crimes. I think the power of witness is important, and we have to think about in countries where the internet is being shut down, and there's NGOs that are now recovering this full time, but to look at how can we give internet access to activists in countries where there are atrocities or atrocities might be happening. We have to think about using some of these new digital tools to give people connection to the outside world, to showcase what is happening in order to stop state behavior. And I would also argue another emerging issue that we need to think about is this issue of, some people might have heard of OSINT. OSINT stands for Open Source Intelligence or Open Source Investigations. This is a method used by journalists and researchers to get all publicly available information, from satellite images to shipping, shipping data, flight data, to scraping data off social media platforms, to find out what's really happening. And we begin to see an NGO or a journalism media outfit called Bellingcat has been exposing major stories, from atrocities in Ukraine to human rights violations here in Armenia, in the Azerbaijan-Armenian war from 2 years ago. We're beginning to see more and more exposure of this, and we need to build up this capacity. We need to have human rights groups, research groups, be able to develop these tools, and my organization is looking to do just that with a couple of journalism professors in Canada. And I would say, last but not least, what is the most positive thing one can do with technology? It's building political will. Very often politicians, decisions are made at the UN in New York, but very often NGOs, civil society groups must mobilize political will domestically in national capitals, meeting parliamentarians, meeting diplomats, talking to journalists. That's how you get action. That's how you get more money that goes into atrocity prevention initiatives. And I just refrain one, I did an interview a couple of years ago with Human Rights Watch, and they actually combined Twitter advocacy with photography on the Central African Republic crisis. And because of their work, they put so much pressure on donor states that they gave more money to have a more sustainable, more effective peacekeeping operation in the Central African Republic. So these are some tangible things that we can do. But last but not least, I would say we also need to be looking at funding and funding initiatives. The only government that I know that's funded tech innovation and atrocity prevention is the US Agency for International Development. A few years ago, they created the Tech Challenge for Atrocity Prevention in collaboration with Humanity United, and they supported 24 organizations and startups to start looking at prototypes of how to use technology for good to prevent atrocities. I haven't seen my country do this. I haven't seen a lot of European countries. I haven't seen the World Bank. I'd like to see more of these initiatives, so I would like to maybe plead with you to talk to your people you know in governments to think about those ideas. And in closing, I'd just like to say that the Global Forum for the Prevention of the Crimes of Genocide is timely, and that it offers a space for the atrocity prevention community to strengthen and accelerate efforts to harness the power of technology with the goal of upholding the Genocide Convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. And he's right. I think that I have known Kyle for a very long time, and he has been talking about technology and atrocity prevention since at least 2014. So it's really been a long time. But Kyle, the brief was to think about how new technologies can be beneficial. You have scared me. I think that the things that you talked about are really something that we need to really think about in terms of this new idea of digital authoritarianism. But last but not the least is Rhiannon Nielsen. Rhiannon is the Cybersecurity Postdoctoral Fellow at Center for International Security and Cooperation at Stanford University. Rhiannon, the floor is
Thank you very much to the Armenian government for inviting me to speak with you all today. It's a true privilege to have the opportunity to share the space with such esteemed guests. And I realize I'm probably the most unpopular person in the room right now because I'm standing in between you and lunch, so I will try to be as brief as possible. In my country, where I'm from, in Australia, we typically begin these sessions by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land. And even though I live in California now, much of what I'm going to speak about was done on the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people. So I just want to acknowledge those elders, past, present, and emerging, and recognise that sovereignty in Australia was never ceded. So it goes without saying that we're obviously all here because we recognise that violence is increasingly promoted and organised online. We've heard extensively about the role of Facebook and social media organisations in Myanmar as a sobering illustration of how these technologies can be used to stoke mass violence. We've also briefly heard about Russia's unjust invasion of Ukraine, which has since been dubbed the world's first TikTok war. And this also illustrates how sophisticated campaigns of disinformation and misinformation can be weaponized to perpetrate atrocities. Now, unfortunately, the 21st century, like the centuries preceding it, is no stranger to egregious human rights violations. But I think what we can all recognize is what is unique about this century is the role of new technologies in organizing, fomenting, and executing such crimes. At the same time that there's been increased attention afforded to atrocity prevention and the responsibility to protect norm, we've also been seeing a lot of focus afforded to cyberspace, specifically cyber war, cyber attacks, cyber terrorism, and cyber crime. And what my research aims to do is connect these two trends. Specifically, I'm here today with an agenda, and that is to pitch to you what I call cyber humanitarian interventions. Cyber humanitarian interventions is the use of sophisticated cyber operations and artificial intelligence to protect populations from specifically genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and ethnic cleansings. In this research, I blend empirical-based interview data with experts from NATO, the US Cyber Command, the United Nations, and the International Committee for the Red Cross, for instance, with ethical analyses to determine if and how such cyber operations might prevent genocide. We've heard extensively so far about the ways in which new technologies have been used in atrocity prevention contexts over the past 2 decades. This includes things like satellite imagery, crowdsourced crisis mapping, where individuals on the ground forge their own narratives by texting in, emailing in, calling in situations of violence, which is then mapped visually. Community alert networks, this is something that's been employed by the United Nations. Apps like the Eyewitness to Atrocity app that can securely record footage of atrocity crimes, which is then used for transitional justice purposes. And of course, an overwhelming focus on content moderation on social media. That is, deleting online hate speech, deprioritizing toxic content so that it doesn't appear as high up in people's news feeds, and deplatforming repeat offenders who continuously promulgate this kind of speech. Now, obviously, I think these measures need to continue. But I worry that these measures ultimately fail to engage the human beings who post that content in the first place. Merely deleting online hate speech does not actively try to change the minds of the people who hold these views and who post that toxic content. In fact, at worst, I worry that it risks pushing these individuals further to the fringes and left to fester. That is, in effect, to further radicalize. So what I propose we need is proactive cyber operations that actually reach out and try to engage with these perpetrators, obviously as well as deleting online hate speech and using these other existing humanitarian technologies for humanitarian purposes. I also think that there are problems with relying on social media corporations, or perhaps more accurately, their CEOs, for being essentially arbiters of the truth, making executive decisions about what stays up on their online platforms, what comes down, and these decisions affect billions of users. And unlike democratic governments, there's no expectation of transparency regarding if and how these decisions are made, or any accountability mechanisms if they fail to do so. So again, these humanitarian technologies, satellite imagery, apps, deleting hate speech, these are all extremely important and need to continue. But I obviously see that there are 3 core limitations. And I think what these limitations do is provide us with an opportunity to think more creatively and critically about what more could be done to prevent genocide in the digital age. First, and perhaps most profoundly, many of these humanitarian technologies are often used passively. They exist to identify a risk of atrocity crimes, verifying that there is indeed an atrocity crime unfolding, observing or monitoring that atrocity take place, and then documenting the evidence for ideally transitional justice purposes. Second, the content moderation efforts, those taken slowly by social media organizations to take down hate speech, are incredibly time-intensive, flawed, and often risks deleting evidence that could be used for prosecution. Third, and finally, most of these humanitarian technologies are seemingly designed to help vulnerable populations help themselves. Now, obviously, by definition, these vulnerable populations at risk of genocide are in some way disenfranchised, oppressed, and subjected to egregious human rights violations. So, if these communities don't have access to these technologies, such technologies are effectively useless. So bringing this back around to my research, what I focus on is not just documenting the crimes, which is again extremely important, not just deleting online hate speech, again really important, but I'm going after the perpetrators. And this is where cyber humanitarian interventions come in. I define a cyber humanitarian intervention as using sophisticated cyber operations to frustrate potential perpetrators' means and motivations for their crimes. By frustrating perpetrators' means for atrocities, I'm referring to cyber operations that ultimately hack into perpetrators' networks to disrupt their communication lines, their access to funding, weapons transactions, supply chains, transport systems, GPS location devices, essentially everything that perpetrators need to actually go through with their crimes. An excellent example of this is the 2016 Operation Glowing Symphony, which was spearheaded by the Australian Signals Directorate, GCHQ in the UK, and the US Cyber Command. In addition to hacking into ISIS's networks and deleting terabytes and terabytes of their propaganda material, which has been used for recruitment efforts, the coalition also blocked ISIS's transactions and funding. And that meant it was extremely difficult for them to actually pay their militants, buy weapons, ammunition, food, and supplies. Of course, ISIS has perpetrated scores of atrocity crimes, not least the genocide against the Yazidis. And so I think this is an appropriate example of what I call cyber humanitarian interventions. But what I'm calling for is for these kinds of operations not just to be used in the context of terrorism. We need to extend these operations to all perpetrators of genocide, not just those that directly threaten the West. The second part of my research looks at using cyber humanitarian interventions to parry perpetrators' motivations for their crimes. And I do so via what I call targeted educational campaigns on social media platforms. These targeted educational campaigns are to be personalized based on individuals' big data. That's essentially your online activity, everything you search for, everything you like, everything you post. And these targeted educational campaigns are designed to counter rumors and promote inclusivity in a way that specifically resonates with that individual. Indeed, I think one of the things that's overlooked a lot about the potential power of social media and the big data analytics is not just the reach or speed of social media, but it's the potential for the specificity of the targeting and the personalized nature of the messaging itself that can be curated in order to persuade individuals to not participate in these crimes. And I think because these targeted educational campaigns, which are to be based on these individuals' big data, they will be more likely to be more compelling in curtailing violence. I suggest that these targeted educational campaigns should appear on individuals' news feeds, Facebook, Facebook Messenger, TikTok, Twitter, Snapchat, WhatsApp, Instagram feeds. Essentially, in the same way that you and I would get a targeted ad for a concert in your area or a particular pair of shoes. We obviously accept that we have duties to protect populations from atrocities, including genocide. So in the digital era, we have obligations to consider how this could be achieved via cyberspace. The cyber humanitarian interventions that I propose are likely to be more peaceful, certainly more cost-effective, and therefore politically palpable for preventing genocide than traditional mechanisms to protect. So I call for cyber humanitarian interventions to be included in the 21st century genocide prevention toolbox. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Rihanna. You learn something every day, and I think that those are really sort of very proactive ideas for combating. And I mean, I'm always amazed that when it comes down to it, most conversations come back to education. I was wrong and failed in my duty as the moderator. So Rihanna is not the last one, but we also have Dr. Henry Thoreau, Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs at Worcester State University, who will be joining us online.
I open by extending my thanks to the organizers of this fourth Global Forum Against the Crime of Genocide, and my greetings to other speakers and audience members, especially colleagues and friends presenting at and watching this important program. I will take a somewhat different approach to this topic from what it seems to invite. My first thesis is that the technological developments in recent years, as well as over the course of recorded human history, which has been a negative history of genocide as much as it has been characterized by positive scientific, cultural, ethical, and political advance, have neither increased nor decreased the net impact of genocide on humanity. This is not because new technologies, sophisticated computers, rudimentary artificial intelligence, innovations in airborne vehicle design, communications technology and its use, battery advances, and more have not increased the potential level of productiveness per perpetrator or the ability to gather immediate information from anywhere in the world and disseminate it across the globe, to rapidly deploy intervention forces to make use of the deep intertwining of economies among states and non-state groups across the globe, to impose economic sanctions, and so forth, to limit genocide. If technological advances have increased the overall incidence, intensity, and effectiveness of genocidal projects, they have also balanced this with increasingly effective tools for successful prevention and intervention. Naive or ideologically driven assessments of the level of violence in history find increases or decreases at different points, often in line with uncritically accepted views of history or political or intellectual agendas. Those shocked by the level of genocide in the 20th century against Europeans and Christians typically conveniently ignored the similar levels of destruction of indigenous peoples in the 15th through the 19th centuries, while those such as Steven Pinker claiming that the world is less violent today certainly have not asked any of the hundreds of current victim groups or looked at the rates of domestic and sexual violence in nearly every society around the world. As the foregoing suggests, quite often perceptions of a net increase or decrease in mass violence results from skewed data in which some victim groups are privileged or excluded. In some cases, technological tools impact on one side or the other of their balanced tension. It is difficult to conceive of a use of drone warfare as anything but destructive of targeted groups. At best, two sides might engage in a kind of mutual destruction of each other's civilian populations. But more typically, as in the 2020 invasion by Azerbaijan of the Armenian area of Artsakh, military drones are available only to those with wealth and power in the international arena and are freely used against those without it. Drones represent a particular risk of genocide. Unlike nuclear bombs, they do not kill indiscriminately and at such a distance that mass murderers have no interaction with victims. Unlike machetes and machine guns, on the other hand, they allow the killers to act with complete impunity. As John Cagg points out, drone operators do not assume any risk, that is, function without the kind of moral hazard that can cause them to limit their actions. But more than this, the ability to kill at a distance with somewhat accurate targeting and no risk creates a new kind of relationship between killer and victim, a maximization of power differential while still retaining an individualized and effectively direct connection. If, as I have argued elsewhere, the ultimate driving force behind widespread participation in genocide, once material motives and propagandistic manipulations are accounted for, is an enjoyment of the power over human victims, then drones are a perfect fit to the psychology of genocide perpetration. If, quite different from the usual dehumanization model, it is in fact the opportunity to gain a kind of superhuman superiority over victims that makes genocide so attractive and enjoyable for perpetrators, then drone violence offers a new and unique means of achieving that kind of superiority. On the other hand, some tools favor genocide prevention and intervention, as well as post-genocide justice and non-repetition efforts. Forensic computing techniques that allow tracing of hate speech and preserving of digital evidence of atrocities provide a new kind of advantage in the struggle to anticipate and intervene against genocidal processes, as well as to hold perpetrators accountable so that they do not continue to benefit from their destructive actions. They are denied an opportunity to repeat them, and their punishments deter would-be perpetrators from pursuing their own mass atrocity campaigns. Other technological tools can be used both for genocide and against it. Social media can be exploited to foment and even organize genocidal perpetration, as the Myanmar military's extensive use of Facebook has shown. At the same time, social media can be used to communicate details of genocidal and potentially genocidal processes in remote areas or areas where perpetrators have the means to prevent traditional information conduits from functioning. For instance, the use of video and streaming technology has allowed the Yura Uwawa people to document the invasions of their land for the entire world to see. bringing scrutiny and outside support that never would have been possible otherwise to this group in the remote Amazon of Brazil. This does not mean that the relationship between genocide supporting and genocide mitigating uses of technology is symmetrical. As they have with every innovation in genocidal practice throughout history, perpetrators have an advantage. First, they can mobilize technology in ways that serve their their purposes, before those who would resist genocide are aware of those possible uses and the need to respond to new techniques of genocide. Second, technology can go beyond a simple tool for a prior intention to commit genocide. Recalling the discussion of drones, the impunity and power that come with drone use can mold operators to a greater tendency toward genocide than they would otherwise have had. For these reasons, the anti-genocidal mobilization of technology is always reactive to and behind the pro-genocidal use. The result is an analog to an arms race. Those resisting genocide must maximize their use of technology, because failing to balance each advance supporting genocide will result in a greater and greater net increase in the frequency, intensity, and effectiveness of genocidal campaigns. Of course, perpetrators on their side respond to each new response to genocide, to mitigate genocide, with their own exploitations of new technology that allow them to step ahead of the preventative and intervention methods now available to those resisting genocide. This brings me to my second thesis. If technology is neutral in relation to genocide, then prevention of, intervention against, and justice for genocide depend on something else beyond mobilization of technology. Technological advances will not automatically bring us closer to the ending of genocide. This forces us to confront the same question that has been central in legal, political, and scholarly discussions of genocide for more than half a century. What indeed is the key to prevention of, intervention against, and justice for genocide? It is easy to respond that the past failure to answer this question in a way that has actually reduced the incident, intensity, and impacts of genocide means that it is not answerable. But there is a lesson to be learned from the discussion here of the relationship between technology and genocide. There is no special panacea or advance that will end genocide. Just as advances in communication and information technology, weaponry, etc. support an asymmetry between perpetration of genocide and resistance to it, so all political, legal, and similar advances have supported the same asymmetry, though with a reversal in the order of positive and negative advances. As I have argued recently, even as political advances in the early modern period resulted in recognition of the right to life, the right to practice the religion of one's choice, and other rights that tended to mitigate genocide and other human rights violations, the shift from subject to citizen, to put this in Balabar's terms, enabled a new kind of centralized political structure with populations organized through state-driven ideologies that resulted in widespread, deeply committed participation in projects of domination that previously would never have had that level of support. And over the last century, as laws protecting human rights, including most notably the UN Genocide Convention, have been developed and more recently actually enforced on some occasions, perpetrator groups have become adept at maneuvering within the legal realm and manipulating legal gaps and limitations, such as liberal evidence standards that privilege perpetrators over victims, to the point where arguably the most prominent scholar of genocide law joined the defense team of a perpetrator state and pursued a definitionalist denial of genocide in a way that has supported the perpetrator's continued violence against the target group simply because a manipulated legal process has prevented the genocide label from being applied to this violence. The simple lesson here is that each type of human advance in its heyday that had the potential to work against genocide opened the door to balancing support for perpetration of genocide. If the order is reversed in the case of technology, in that many new technologies were developed with militaristic and related goals, still the only way to tip the balance in favor of prevention, intervention, and justice is for a decisive movement to take control of the means of genocide perpetration in order to stop their use in this goal. Thank you for your kind attention and willingness to hear my remarks through a pre-recorded video.
I think I will not commit the crime of standing between you and lunch. But before we go, I would like to invite you to give a round of applause to this fantastic panel who really put the meat on the bone in terms of what to do and how to do it. So thank you very much, and hope we all have a very good conference. Thank you.
of Genocide Studies of the Armenian Genocide Museum Institute, Tsitsanakabert. So please, Nari.
Technology today is evolving at a rapid pace. Even years ago, it was impossible to imagine what great technological progress would be and what consequences it could have. In general, technologies are a part of all spheres of public life, and they assume a decisive role in modern international relations, including the course of conflicts. And due to this, we are witnessing a technological race by various states and companies because technological excellence will be decisive in the future. But the development and application of artificial intelligence just promise to play a revolutionary role in the life of humanity. Technologies even can surpass people in the various fields of activity. In specifically refers to the artificial intelligence that already performs complicated tasks faster and more efficiently than humans. And it is a matter of time before it completely replaces people in several important spheres. So it is no coincidence that artificial intelligence is even compared to new electricity. The application of artificial intelligence technology promises to bring enormous benefits to humanity, but on the other hand, it brings many dangers. Although artificial intelligence is still in the early stage of its development. The dangers are related to not only the developments in the near and distant future, but also the current situation. For the distant future, specialists' main concern is the certain and creation of artificial superintelligence, which can have higher intelligence than humans. And there are even observations that by improving itself, artificial superintelligence can go beyond human control and even become the dominant form on Earth, challenging humanity. Many scientists, experts, and representatives of the technological field, for example, physicist Stephen Hawking, founder of Microsoft Bill Gates, founder of Tesla Elon Musk, Swedish philosopher Nick Bostrom, famous American statesman and diplomat Henry Kissinger, and others warned many times about the dangers of artificial intelligence. And Professor Hawking went as far as predict that future developments in AI could spell the end of human race. If the threat coming from super-intelligent machines is the matter of the future, the greatest danger at present is the autonomous weapons that can acquire their consciousness. In the nowadays geopolitical conditions in different countries of the world, there is an increase in hostility caused by ethnic, religious, and racial factors. And the threat is growing that autonomous weapons can be used to target certain national, religious, and racial groups because these weapons equipped with AI will allow quickly identify people belonging to those groups and destroy them if necessary. If at the beginning of the 20th century, during the Armenian Genocide, the perpetrators personally killed the victims, during the Holocaust, the Nazis used gas chambers, then in the 21st century, the use of artificial intelligence can create such conditions that a person doesn't participate in the actual process of genocide. Individuals, government representatives, and terrorist groups possessing such technologies can target various groups and destroy them in a short time through remote control or introduction of suitable program without using human resources. The possibility that autonomous weapons and robots will target people in the event of some error and malfunction is also not excluded. And the most dangerous thing is that artificial intelligence can be used for genocide planning. In this context, it's also necessary to consider that the speed, accuracy, and ability to hit targets of autonomous weapons systems increase over time, and they operate more systematically. Experts in the field have warned that it's only a matter of time before autonomous weapons end up on the black market in the hands of terrorists and dictators who want to exert tighter control over their population, as well as high-ranking militaries who want to carry out ethnic cleansing. It's noteworthy that the global arms race in artificial intelligence is currently observed in military sphere, and if appropriate measures are not taken, tomorrow may be too late. Many specialists even compare this phenomenon with the opening Pandora's box. Autonomous weapons are ideal for the tasks such as assassinations, destabilizing nations, subduing populations, and selectively killing a particular ethnic group. At the same time, it should be noted that the use of drones is especially dangerous. The attempts to create drones and even mini drones designed to target representatives of specific groups or individuals can make private institutions relatively cheaply with a limited budget and in a short period. For example, a drone using image recognition software can distinguish an individual's ethnicity and race by color and physical features. Facial recognition systems are already widely used. And today we are witnessing how drones' technical progress and parameters become important during the military escalations and other operations. It's attention-grabbing that already last year, a United Nations report suggested Turkey used, firstly, fully autonomous firing by its Cargo 2 drones to hunt fleeing soldiers in Libya's civil wars, and Azerbaijan is trying to gain such kind of autonomous weapons from Turkey. The development of robotics and artificial intelligence is not only a matter for some countries or organizations, but for the whole humanity, as it can threaten every group and person. And it's no coincidence that tech industry leaders have written letters to the United Nations calling for actions to prevent the development of autonomous weapons that operate without human oversight. There is also a campaign to stop killer robots, a special coalition of non-governmental organizations which seek to preemptively ban lethal autonomous weapons. In October, for the first time ever, 70 states from around the world came together to make a joint statement on killer robots. It is the largest inter-regional group statement ever made in US discussions on autonomous weapons. However, the necessary internationally agreed mechanisms, rules, or restrictions on lethal robots still don't exist. But this issue requires an urgent solution. In addition, the dangers of committing genocide or other crime against humanity using artificial intelligence doesn't end only with autonomous weapons. Social media can also serve as a serious tool in terms of propagandizing genocide against ethnic, racial, and religious minorities. The advancement of artificial intelligence has the potential to destabilize the entire internet news ecosystem, and social networks may become the first victims. Artificial intelligence can target and distribute desired information to individuals or groups identified by algorithms on social networks based on personal data and fake news. In this context, it's particularly significant to note that we have already been cases where social networks were used for genocidal purposes, such as the Facebook platform was used in Myanmar by soldiers as a tool for ethnic cleansing. And the chatbots endowed with artificial intelligence can spread harmful and even genocidal information. For example, in 2016, Microsoft introduced artificial intelligence chatbot Tay to comment on social media and learn to interact with other users. Within hours, it started making posts promoting genocide. 2021, an artificial intelligence called Delphi, created to provide ethical advice in certain scenarios provided by troubling reasons. It recommended committing genocide if it makes everybody happy. There is also a great risk that the distribution of fake video materials using artificial intelligence tool will be used to promote hate speech, and in particular the creation of deepfakes with the participation of leaders of religious or ethnic minorities will make it possible to create atmosphere of hatred toward those minorities and incite genocide. The above still doesn't represent the all dangers that can arise as a result of the use of AI. The progress of artificial intelligence is incredibly fast, and predictably further advancement will bring new dangers. Thus, it has become urgent for humanity to create appropriate legal mechanisms based on human rights protection and ethical standards to prevent the possible dangers of genocide and mass murders. We shouldn't allow crimes against humanity to be committed using artificial intelligence technologies and only then begin to work to prevent possible dangers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Narek. Now, our next speaker is, excuse me, Alessandra Calvet-Martinez from the University of Barcelona. She's assistant professor of international law, and she's also the secretary and on the executive board of the International Association of Genocide Scholars. And you all probably know that the University of Barcelona is going to be hosting the next IAGS biennial conference this summer, July 10th to 14th, and Alessandra's on the planning committee with me. So please, if you're still interested in attending, submit something. Alessandra.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, first of all, for the organizers for inviting me to this global forum. It's my first time here in Armenia, so it's a real pleasure to be here. And thank you, Armen, for the advertising of the conference for next year. It's going to be the theme of authoritarianism and genocide, so narratives of exclusion, so everybody is welcome to join us. My presentation today will be focused on a specific technology, the use of geospatial technologies to prevent genocide. And I will actually be addressing the potentials and the limitations of this technology. In the last 2 decades, the purpose and potential of geospatial technologies have significantly increased, moving from a sphere of governments and large companies to smaller users such as human rights and humanitarian organizations. In the past, satellite imagery was used for scientific purposes, to target enemy facilities, manage environments, and monitor land use change. However, today, the different uses include evidence for prosecution in international criminal tribunals, humanitarian relief, UN peacekeeping operations, and human rights advocacy. Geospatial technologies have become one of the most valuable tools to collect and transfer potential evidence of human rights violations in the context of limited access. Today, we are facing scenarios where there are a diversity of people participating in human rights image creation and sharing. While this can be a positive impact in documenting mass atrocities, this data cannot always be used as evidence in criminal prosecutions and does not always prompt international community to take action to prevent these human rights violations. The merge of ethical dilemmas and concerns over the need of using this technology responsibly to make sure to do no harm is also a critical issue. Sometimes the release of information can show the locations of vulnerable populations and could enable the parties to the conflict to target the people. While most attention has been paid to the use of geospatial imagery to document mass atrocities for advocacy and accountability purposes, less attention has attracted the potential of this technology as a preventive tool. Geospatial imagery can be a powerful tool to counter governments' denial and narratives. However, it is not evident that these technologies can have an impact on decisions of the governments or serve as a deterrent of committing human rights violations. In many cases, irrefutable visual evidence may go unnoticed when there is an overexposure of data of human rights violations, like in the case of Syria. Thereby, technology-driven information does not always enable proper action, and often decision-making processes at the international level remain disengaged from early warning and conflict prevention mechanisms. The fact that satellite imagery allows to monitor human rights violations in ongoing armed conflict without having to deploy people on the affected area is an important advantage, and at the same time cost-effective, as geospatial imagery covers large areas and large-scale violations more accurately. However, this so-called panopticon effect of satellite imagery as a god eye does not necessarily lead to the parties to the conflict to stop committing human rights violations, as seen in the case of Darfur. Besides, there is an assumption that technology is objective and neutral, and that the imagery from satellite reveals the truth, because images appear to be transparent and offer viewing without mediation. These apparent mirror-like images of the territory are, in fact, a mirage, since satellite imagery is constructed out of different images from different times, which are integrated to create artificial view of the territory. For instance, the satellite imagery in Google Earth is a complex mosaic of thousands of photographs taken over the past years, so it does not reflect an exact moment in time. However, more important than the geospatial technology itself is the training and the mentality of the personnel that apply the technology in the field. The use of geospatial imagery can have a potential of misinterpretation due to lack of a deep understanding of the context. Many times, satellite imagery analysis made us see what we want to see. The use of military technology and intelligence for humanitarian purposes, the so-called war dividend technology, often implies a military mindset. Therefore, it is essential to decolonize the data to prevent replicating the injustices of the past and reproducing older colonial discourses of differences and exclusion. And my final remarks, despite these limitations, the geospatial technology can present knowledge in a context of decision-making and offer critical information and analysis to prompt action. Improving rapid access to satellite imagery may have the potential to allow citizens all over the world to participate in monitoring areas at risk of serious human rights violations and to strengthen organizations' ability to act effectively. Within the context of the Ukraine war, a new geospatial technology seems to be breaking barriers called synthetic aperture radar, which supersedes traditional satellite imaging, which require daylight and clear skies to capture images. This new technology uses energy sensors and can capture images despite clouds, smoke, and fires. This technology is not only a step forward in terms of satellite imagery, but is also much more accessible to private organizations and public. One of the greatest advantages of this technology is the ability to monitor human rights violations in a large scale without violating the territorial integrity of the state. Additionally, satellite imagery can also be relevant to combat disinformation. For example, using geospatial imagery as evidence for past genocides, not only ongoing, like in Guatemala, can help counter the denial narratives of genocide and constitute a guarantee of non-repetition of these atrocity crimes in the future, contributing also to its prevention. Also, the capacity of geospatial imagery to protect is related to the ability to understand the context in a constantly changing environment, and its use needs to be combined with other types of sources as video footages, photos, and on-ground informants. Therefore, beyond advocacy efforts, geospatial imagery can have a greater value for conflict analysis and early warning by helping organizations performing on the ground to coordinate their responses and be used as a tool to prevent acts of genocide. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, and we're all keeping on time, which is great, is Professor Baru Zwede from the, he's an emeritus professor of history at Addis Ababa University in Ethiopia. And my apologies if I mispronounce your name.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My second name is always a challenge to my introducers. Anyway, before I proceed with the presentation, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this forum and allowing me to visit a country which has such intimate relations with my own. I think the visit to the museum, the Manuscript Museum this morning was truly inspirational. My presentation is entitled New Technologies and the Banalization of the Concept of Genocide. I begin by saying that Africa has had its fair or unfair share of genocide. The greatest of them all is, or has not been, the most widely known. This was the genocide of the Herero people in what was then known as Southwest Africa, present-day Namibia, between 1904 and 1908. It was provoked by determined resistance by the Herero against the imposition of German colonial rule. One customarily uses the term decimation lightly, because decimation means being reduced to 1/10 or 10%. But this is what almost precisely happened in Southwest Africa. As our colleague from the University of West Indies said this morning, 80% of the Herero are believed to have been killed in the course of the brutal campaign to consolidate German colonial rule. Indeed, the Herero genocide has come to be viewed as a dress rehearsal for the Holocaust that claimed millions of Jewish lives. That was what happened at the dawn of the 20th century. Arguably the most heinous and the more publicized genocide in Africa is the one that occurred in the last decade of that century. This was the genocide of the Tutsi and some moderate Hutu in Rwanda in 1994. This was as surgically brief as the Namibian one was protracted. In a matter of some 3 months, nearly 1 million Tutsi and moderate Hutu who refused to collaborate with the genocidaires were massacred in gruesome fashion, mostly by the use of machete. The evocative figure of 100 days has been used very often to define its short duration. What was even more striking about the event was that despite clear warnings of the impending genocide, including from the commander of the UN peacekeeping force, Romero Dallaire, neither the UN nor the US nor the OAU took any action as the massacre took its course. France effectively colluded with the genocidaires. One of the salutary lessons of the Rwanda genocide was alerting the global community to the danger of genocide and inducing it to perk its ears to any signals of genocide. Unfortunately, this relative alertness has come to be abused by skillful propagandists who evoke the term genocide to advance their cause or the cause of what are considered to be underdogs and victims. You only need to throw in the term genocide to gain international attention. This, just as there have been genuine genocides in the 20th century Africa, there have also been some fake genocides in 21st century. Technology, particularly social media, has been the main medium of their propagation. The first case of the liberal use of the term genocide was witnessed in Darfur, Western Sudan, where a fierce battle between Darfurian insurgents and the central government raged between 2003 and 2006. The Ugandan scholar Mahmoud Mamdani has taken strong exception to the label genocide in his book, Saviors and Survivors. According to him, what in effect has occurred is what he calls a battle for naming. In the process, any killing qualifies for the term genocide. Even if both parties fought with excessive brutality, one side is chosen for the appellation or for the apportioning of the blame. A political struggle was transformed into the massacre of Africans by Arabs. Save Darfur became the rallying cry for a formidable coalition of groups and personalities. Action, according to Mamdani, became a substitute for knowledge. Unlike Rwanda, where genocide was a palpable reality, in Darfur the term became a kind of ideological tool. Unfortunately, this is precisely what happened in even more stark fashion in Ethiopia in the course of the recent war between the Ethiopian federal government and the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, which was in control of the Tigray region. The war, which erupted on 4 November 2020, started when the TPLF launched what it called a preemptive strike against the elite federal Northern Command. The unit had been stationed in Tigray for decades to protect the region from possible attacks from Eritrea. On the same day, before federal government forces have even entered Tigray, let alone commit any atrocities, the TPLF orchestrated #Tigray Genocide reverberated in the social media networks and some of the mainstream media. Thanks to the highly organized Tigray diaspora and well-funded lobbyists, the hashtag gained global attention. Just as Save Darfur had been the rallying cry in the first decade of the century, Stand with Tigray became the motto at the beginning of the third. Just as the Darfur genocide had its sponsor or the supporters, the Tigray genocide also had people who advanced the cause. One of them jointly wrote an op-ed in The Guardian on the 26th of November 2021, alerting the world to the real danger of genocide in Tigray. The second one, who happened to be the Director General of the World Health Organization and a former stalwart of the TPLF regime, kept quiet when TPLF was destroying hospitals in the Amara region, but used his high office to warn the world as late as October 2022. That's when the two parties were actually negotiating a peace treaty. That time was running out to prevent genocide. This was at a time when the two-year war had more or less run its course. In effect, Save Tigray has now effectively been transmuted into Save the TPLF. But what actually was the reality? The first reality, which tends to be forgotten, is that the TPLF was in control of central power in Ethiopia for 27 years, from 1991, when it was when it dislodged the military socialist regime led by Mengistu Haile Mariam, to 2018, when it was forced to relinquish power after a massive wave of popular protests, mostly by the youth. In the following 2 years, there were futile attempts by a number of groups and personalities to persuade the TPLF, which had barricaded itself in its home province of Tigray, to hold talks with the central government, led by the Prime Minister Abiy, to resolve the simmering tension and save the country from the armed confrontation that was becoming increasingly imminent. TPLF has had what one observer called a love affair with genocide. It started toying with the idea of genocide even when it was fully or firmly in control of the Ethiopian state. Ethiopia saw its first open general elections preceded by vibrant debates between the ruling party and the TPLF-dominated EPRDF and opposition parties. In the course of the massive rally called by the opposition a week before the elections, one of its leaders shouted, "We will send them," i.e. the TPLF, back to where they came from. One of the TPLF one of the TPLF leaders, no less than the foreign minister at the time, seized on this rhetoric and declared that all Tigrayans were threatened with the danger of the Interhamwe being, of course, the most ardent perpetrators of the Rwanda genocide. The term was thrown right out of the blue. As it turned out, the blood that was shed was not that of Tigrayans, but of hundreds of Addis Ababa youth who protested against what they considered to be stolen elections. The atrocities that were committed by Ethiopian and Eritrean forces after the capture of the Tigray capital, Mekelle, gave additional boost to the genocide narrative. A joint report of the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, whose chief commissioner is in our midst, as you gathered, issued after 3.5 months of investigation in 2021, detailed the atrocities committed by both warring parties, but it did not find any evidence of genocide. Likewise, a joint report of Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch in April 2022, while stating that there were what amounted to crimes against humanity in the conflict, stopped short of designating it as genocide. Apart from the alacrity with which it was evoked before either Ethiopian or Eritrean troops have set foot on Tigrayan soil, what makes the genocide narrative even more problematic is that it persisted even after TPLF had launched a major counteroffensive into the Amhara and Afar regions following the unilateral cessation of fire by the federal government in June 2021. The mass killings, rape, and looting or wanton destruction of educational and health facilities are well documented. Moreover, unlike the atrocities committed by Ethiopian and Eritrean troops in Tigray a few months earlier, the TPLF massacres and depredations were executed with intent. Top TPLF officials were on record as saying that they have scores to settle with the Amhara elite. When they could not get hold of the elite, they eliminated the poor, peasants, and the youth. There is no such expression of intent on the other side unless accusations or labels are directed against the TPLF are conflated into Tigrayans in general. In short, what happened in Tigray in late 2020 and the first half of 2021 could be labeled as war crimes or crimes against humanity. They certainly do not qualify for the term genocide. Tigrayans were not the only victims of the war, and that continued for the years. Tigrayans were not the only victims of the war that continued for 2 years. As we have seen above, Amhara and Afar also suffered as much. There are few instances in the history of genocide where you have reciprocal perpetrators and victims. Herero did not kill Germans, Armenians did not kill Turks, Jews did not kill Germans, Tutsi did not kill Hutu. Moreover, Tigrayans are found not only in Tigray, in the region of Tigray, but also all over Ethiopia, particularly in the major towns like Addis Ababa. If there was indeed genocide in intent or fact, Tigrayans outside their home region would also have been targeted. But nowhere did this happen. True, some Tigrayans were detained, particularly in the capital, Addis Ababa, but this was more a precautionary measure to avert a repeat of what happened in the strategic town of Desse in October 2021. The fall of that town to TPLF came about largely because Long-time Tigrayan residents turned out to be sleepers as they launched an armed attack on government forces from behind. Most of the detainees were eventually released. As we know from history, genociders do not usually go around detaining their victims, they just go ahead and kill. The two-year war in northern Ethiopia, which brought unimaginable suffering to the peoples of Tigray, Amara, and Afar regions, as well as the country at large, really, is one that should not have been started in the first place. The agreement for lasting peace through a permanent cessation of hostilities signed by the federal government and TPLF on the 2nd of November 2022, about a month ago, promises to bring these hostilities to a merciful end. Hence, it was to be welcomed by all Ethiopians and friends of Ethiopia alike. At the same time, however, to conclude, we have to learn some bitter lessons from that sad experience. The war would not have been as protracted as it turned out to be if the TPLF and its diaspora activists had not spread the fake narrative of genocide. Social media abetted the narrative. Even some of the mainstream media were inclined to lend ears to it. Genocide is not a word to be used lightly. If you cry wolf when there is no wolf in sight, then would be caught unprepared when the real wolf emerges. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Now we're moving to our fourth speaker, Christopher Tuckwood. He's the co-founder and executive director of the Sentinel Project in Canada, though they work outside of Canada too. And you can read about the great work they do in the program. Chris.
Thank you. So my devices have been letting me down lately. Hopefully my laptop survives the next 10 minutes. If not, I'll come up with some interesting things for you on the spot, hopefully. So I want to start off by offering a note of thanks, of course, to the organizers of this event for having me here, as well as everyone who's chosen to be here as a participant attending today. It goes without saying that we're all here in Yerevan to discuss a critical topic that doesn't receive nearly as much attention as it deserves. The fact that this conference has a strong, or in fact, an explicit focus on technology is particularly important since, as I'm sure that everyone here knows, the tools that are now available to nearly every person on the planet hold great promise for preventing and mitigating atrocities, but can also serve as assets for those who seek to commit them. In many cases, perpetrators have developed capabilities that are far more advanced than those of the people who oppose them. So I hope that this gathering, the Global Forum, will catalyze greater investment of time and resources into this particular aspect of the atrocity prevention field. However, before talking in detail about technology's dual potential, it's worth explaining a bit about my organization's mission and why this topic is particularly relevant for what we do. So at the Sentinel Project, our team is focused on assisting communities threatened by mass atrocities worldwide, with an emphasis on direct cooperation with the people in harm's way and the innovative use of technology. The direct cooperation aspect of our mission is critical because the people who are facing this kind of violence often know best about what can help them to prevent or at least survive it. They're also often the last people to be considered in terms of stakeholders who can change the outcome of a situation, since a lot of approaches to atrocity prevention have top-down orientations and are typically externally imposed. The technological aspect of our mission, which is obviously very important for today's discussion, focuses on adopting, adapting, and creating the tools that enable our activities. We always aim to first look at the drivers of risk in a given situation, and then work backwards by determining the best methods of reducing that risk, before finally identifying the tools that are available and appropriate to support that work. In practice, this work has taken various forms, including monitoring online hate speech, setting up systems to counter the spread of harmful rumors and misinformation that contribute to conflict, analyzing satellite imagery, and developing localized early warning systems, which is a new area of focus for our team. And we've done these things in countries such as Kenya, Uganda, Myanmar, South Sudan, and DRC, the last two being our major focus, two major focuses right now. So it was important for me to outline our mission as a starting point, just to provide you with some context, because the topic of this panel, going by the title, is focused on the misuse of technology for the perpetration of genocide. And that's actually the opposite perspective from how my team usually looks at these situations. So that's why I'm going to continue discussing technology primarily from the perspective of how it can be useful for prevention and mitigation. But I think that in the process, we'll all see how technology is really a double-edged sword in this case. I should also note that technology is a very broad term. I think we've already seen today from other people's presentations that it can encompass many different tools and techniques for using those tools. So I don't intend to define what I mean by technology during this presentation, since while I'm sure that we all come to the discussion with our own ideas about its meaning, those different ideas likely have a lot in common. So when we founded the Sentinel Project in 2008, we saw ourselves working essentially in a time of opportunity. And that was because we compared the information landscape in that year and during our experiences related to the genocide in Darfur that led up to that time to what had existed during the Rwandan genocide and during all other instances of mass atrocities before it. When the Rwandan genocide unfolded in 1994, the world was still operating very much in a traditional media paradigm that saw most people around the world getting information from newspapers, radio, and television based upon decisions made by editors and producers. Of course, the internet did exist, but it was in its very early days, and very few people were using it, certainly in comparison to how things are today. So if you look at the Rwandan genocide, while the claims of some foreign governments to have not known what was happening in Rwanda were almost certainly false, this general information context meant that the average person around the world had an understanding of world events that was entirely reliant upon what was reported to them by the traditional media. And they themselves definitely had no ability to generate content and communicate events to large audiences, either locally or internationally. Now, looking ahead to the beginning of the genocide in Darfur, less than a decade later, internet usage was much more widespread, and a rapidly growing number of people around the world were using mobile phones. Major social media platforms that are still widely used today appeared within just a few years of that as well. Even satellite imagery, which had once been the preserve of the governments of just a handful of rich countries, was starting to become increasingly accessible, if still expensive. So we looked at this contrast and realized that organizations with even relatively modest resources now had a chance to rapidly monitor, analyze, and communicate critical information about genocide and other mass atrocities to a broad audience around the world, including the people who were actually in danger themselves. Now, of course, as I've already mentioned, technology is a double-edged sword, and events in recent years have shown us how the time of opportunity for people seeking to prevent atrocities soon also became a time of opportunity for people seeking to commit them. So most of us here probably know that just as individuals and civil society organizations can use mobile phones to document atrocities and social media to issue warnings and organize protests, so too can governments and non-state actors use the same platforms to disseminate hate speech and misinformation, incite violence, and target their opponents. It's no longer necessary for perpetrators to control printing presses, radio stations, and television networks in order to accomplish those things. Now, even individuals can attempt to do much of what state propaganda ministries and intelligence agencies did in past decades. In some cases, the affordances of technology can disproportionately favor oppressors, such as we see in surveillance states, such as China, where the full capabilities of modern technology are used on a massive scale to keep the entire population in check, and with a particular focus on persecuted minorities such as the Uyghurs. So within this context, to start sort of bringing this together, what I would argue is that we have to strive to learn not only how perpetrators might misuse technology to commit atrocities, but also how we can then turn those advantages against them. For example, while it is a worthwhile goal to rid social media platforms of hate speech and misinformation, or at least to address them with counter-narratives and factual information, the fact remains that these are aspects of human nature which are unlikely to ever completely disappear. So what we should therefore look to do is find ways to monitor such online behavior while, again, trying to counter in the most productive way possible its most harmful aspects, but looking to also monitor that online behavior in order to gather early warning indicators, which, when combined with data from other sources, can help us to predict atrocities, to understand perpetrator intent, and to inform approaches to disrupting genocidal processes, and in the worst case scenario, moving target group members to safety. What we now need to do as quickly as possible for the sake of our field's future is to develop professional expertise in understanding both the negative and the positive aspects of technology as it relates specifically to both the perpetration and the prevention of atrocities. We need to move past this being a topic of interesting discussions amongst people who predominantly focus on other things and instead make it the permanent focus of full-time, well-resourced, and specialized professionals. The next step after that will be to develop a rapid response capability, which could take on various different forms and reside in various different institutions potentially, including civil society, I would argue. But we need to develop a rapid response capability that can deploy a set of established methods for countering technology-based threats as needed, keeping in mind the need to keep threatened populations always at the center of what we do, with a focus on directly assisting them as much as possible. Now, all of this may sound suspiciously similar to the Sentinel Project's mission and goals, and it certainly is, but I've said all of this not just because I'm here to promote our work, but because we genuinely believe, after years of doing this sort of thing and thinking about the best ways of advancing this kind of work, that this really is the way forward, both for our team and for our entire field. So with that, I will again thank you all for your time and attention, and I hope to discuss this more outside of the panel.
Thank you, Chris. And our last speaker, and we've been all keeping on time, so this is good. We'll have a little time for discussion, is Philippe Bucara. He's the Education Program Coordinator. He's a historian, has worked in a number of institutions in France, and he's now at the Shoah Memorial in Paris.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm also happy to participate to this panel with the exercise of analyzing what is perverse in the new technologies and what may allow to fight perversity with the same new technologies. I'm working for a French NGO, the Shoah Memorial, Mémorial de la Shoah in Paris. In the field, I'm in charge of adult education, both with teachers from the secondary schools and with also policemen. Our NGO has been created during, in underground conditions during the Nazi occupation of France, and its aim was to document the crimes in the very time where they were committed, in order to contribute both to future research, historical research on those crimes, and also to participate to war crimes trials at the end of the war. The project of the founders was exactly implemented by them after the war, until there was a new generation of people active in this organization, people like myself who could benefit from new material means that were the result of the restitution of the spoiled Jewish assets of World War II, the unclaimed, so-called unclaimed spoiled assets. And with those new means, our new main field of activity is education, both for youngsters and for adults. So I will begin with the personal testimony about examples of experiences I had in that field. I may assert in the beginning that we are working very regularly on the issue of the other genocides, not only the Shoah, but also the genocides in Armenia, the genocide in Rwanda, also what happened with the Tsigans, with the Hereros in Namibia. We are really now working in comparative approaches of all those historical events. So now for the personal testimony. At the end of 2014, I was solicited by the municipality of a town near Paris, a suburban town, because there were signs of anti-Semitism that had been notified to the municipal authorities, signs of anti-Semitism, including among their employees, among the people who are working with the youth in that specific city. And in January 2015, a few weeks after this contact, there was the famous assassination of the cartoonist of Charlie Hebdo. I think that the whole world heard about that assassination. And in the same days of the assassination of the cartoonist, there was the assassination of 4 Jews in a kosher shop at the door of Paris. And one of the people who committed the assassination was coming from that very city that had contacted me before and that had observed signs of anti-Semitism among its own municipal employees. So I came to an appointment, to a meeting with the whole group of the municipal employees a few days after the assassination in Paris. It was a very special atmosphere. And then there was a young woman, an employee of the municipality, who asked me in a very polite language, very courteous language, is it true that the Talmud says that the Jews should kill all the Goyim? Goyim is the Hebrew word for non-Jews. So I asked her, where did you hear that? Where did you read that? And she couldn't answer. She couldn't say what was the source of that bizarre information. So when I came back home, I was troubled. I looked in my computer at the sources, and I found an enormous quantity of false quotation of the Talmud, saying that very message that the Jews should kill the Goyim, the non-Jews. And in fact, I myself, I'm an historian. I remember that in 1913 in Kiev there was a famous trial against Mendel Baylis, who was accused of blood libel, and then an erudite rabbi came and demonstrated that there was a falsification of the Talmud sources that were used against that person Baylis. So almost the same false quotations were used 1 century ago, and you can find them today on internet. And they may be read by people who are completely innocent, but who believe in those assertions that the Jews are criminal against the non-Jews, and it is a reason, it's a source for assassination of the Jews as an anticipation of them being intended to kill the others. You see, it may be a source of violence against the Jews, that kind of assertions about them. So this is a testimony about the bizarre things that you may find on internet and the results of them. Very concretely speaking, in my country, since 2006, there is already a long list of Jewish citizens who had been assassinated because they were Jewish. So it's a very concrete thing. It's not only an hypothesis, something theoretical. And now I want to give you an example of the activity of our education department, which is quite a huge structure. They receive every year about 80,000 youngsters from various educational levels. Either they receive them in the memorial in Paris or in the various local branches, or they go to the schools in order to implement workshops with those youngsters. So among those 80,000 youngsters who participated in workshops, a few thousands of them participated in 2 workshops that are directly connected to our topic today. This is why I wanted to introduce those two, to present those 2 workshops. One of them is entitled, first of all, let me specify that going to the schools in order to implement workshops is something very useful in times of pandemia, when the pupils couldn't move out of their schools in order to visit educational institutions. It was very useful for our institution to be allowed to visit the schools and implement in the field what couldn't be implemented in the institution. So the first workshop I want to present is entitled Information, Disinformation and Propaganda. And it's intended for youngsters who have the age of 13 until the age of the baccalaureate, which is the conclusion of secondary school, until 18. So between 13 and 18. And the target of this workshop is to prepare them to a better use of the mass media. The idea is to distinguish between fake news and authentified news, of course. The idea is to transcend the suspicion that surrounds the mass media today. We should compare perhaps our observations in various countries, but in France one may say that there is no trust given to the traditional mass media, and this is why the parallel media have such power to vehiculate bizarre messages. So the idea is to help them use properly the mass media, and excuse me. The workshop uses text, but it uses also photographs, videos. They are analyzed with the pupils, and they are encouraged to stimulate their critical mind in order to identify, for instance, the sources of the information. It's an obvious necessity, and also how to check the authenticity of those sources. Eventually, they are supposed to acquire tools and reflexes that will help them in daily life when they are confronted to an enormous quantity of information, both authentified ones and non-authentified ones. So the workshop is recommended for 3 categories of teachers. Of course, the teachers are partners in those workshops, so teachers of history, teachers of philosophy, teachers of the French language and literature. And I must add that in France, the teachers of history are also in charge of moral education and citizenship, which is a field connected to history. There is another workshop entitled Manufacturing a Conspiracy, yesterday and today, how to manufacture a conspiracy. So the idea is not to help them to fabricate a conspiracy, but to help them understand how it is fabricated, how the myth of a conspiracy is invented. And the pupils are a little bit older than in the previous workshop. They are from the age of 14 until the age of 18. And the idea is to understand what is a conspiracy, a real one, and what to distinguish it from the conspiracy theory, the so-called conspiracy theory, which is something mythological. The beginning of the activity, it begins with the history of the Shoah. Shoah is the Hebrew word for the Holocaust. Holocaust is not used in the French-speaking world today. It's the word which is used is the word Holocaust, is the word Shoah. So the idea, we will begin with that episode in history, because, of course, the Nazi persecution of the Jews was based on a very fundamental conspiracy theory. So it's a very good example of in history of something to be analyzed. So and it begins with that, but it goes on with today's examples, today's experiences. And for instance, you may begin with the Shoah and then go on to the story of the Uyghurs in China today. And in both examples, the idea is to analyze the mechanism of propaganda, what kind of information was vehiculated in the media of the time, in France, occupied by the Germans, and in China today. So this workshop is proposed also for teachers of history and moral education and citizenship, but also for teachers of plastic arts. There is the idea of analysis of the images, which is a legitimate part of teaching plastic arts. So this is something that is implemented with thousands of youngsters every year. Those two examples of workshops that I have given. And we are doing it as an NGO, but of course in a relationship of mutual trust with the Ministry of Education and with the official administration of education in France. So there is an activity which is now disseminated all over the country, and it's part of a strategy in partnership with the public authorities to try and diminish the influence of the hate ideologies. I thank you.
I thank all the speakers for keeping their talks to the allotted time. In the program, it indicates that there is a discussion and question and answer period. I know we're running about a half hour late, so I think maybe we should keep that to 10 to 15 minutes. We're supposed to have coffee at 4 o'clock, but maybe we can have a few minutes discussion. I haven't been directed to raise any questions, but I'd like to ask the speakers if they would like to comment on anything that was said by their colleagues before I would take a few questions from the audience, if I can see the audience. The lights are so bright. But does anyone want to comment on each other's or raise questions? No? Okay. Well, if that's not the case, I will open it up to questions, comments from the audience. Please keep it to a question, not a speech. If you have a question, can you stand up and wave? There's someone pointing here. I don't. And yes, and please speak up so we can all hear.
Is this okay? I'm Suman Keshri, a poet and a writer from India, and I'm very happy to listen to this particular session. And the last speaker, I would thank him because he spoke more about how to change minds, and he spoke about ideology. He ended his speech with ideology. And that is very important because we have, in any case, whatever we do with technology and anything, finally we have to change the minds of people. And for the past 50 years or so, we are so much dependent. We talk of technology, we talk of science, and we have neglected humanities, history, and other things, I feel. This is what I feel about all the universities and all the countries. And this is very important because until and unless we talk about humanities, we talk about literature, I am a person from literature, we can't change the minds, we can't make people understand what pain is and how it should not be there. This is my small.
Well, thank you for that comment. And of course, being from philosophy, I will endorse your call for the importance of the humanities and the role that literature and art plays in creating empathy for groups that have been victimized in genocide and other crimes against humanity. And I will then turn it to the speakers if they want to say anything about the role of technology and the fostering of humanity and its role in mitigating genocidal violence. Chris.
A lot of what we're, there we go. So I would say that I definitely agree that a lot of what we're trying to do, or what we should be trying to do when it comes to prevention, is changing minds. Ultimately, that's what this is. It's interesting to hear you bring it up from the perspective of the arts, because that's not something I commonly think about. But another speaker, I believe it was Rhiannon, already brought up this idea earlier of trying to use technology in order to persuade people who are perpetrators, or at least potential perpetrators. I hope I'm not misrepresenting what she said, but to persuade them not to engage in atrocities. I think it would be interesting to see how those two perspectives could come together. I haven't really got a concrete suggestion. I just wanted to respond to what you said. But perhaps that's an area where people from the arts, broadly speaking, or from fields such as philosophy could, or even if we think more broadly, fields like marketing and that sort of thing, people who are professional persuaders could be brought in to contribute on strategies to try and do this sort of thing. Again, using technology, most likely, I would guess, through social media, though perhaps there are other means.
Yeah, and if you think of technology, film is technology, and film, as we know, has played an important role in this effort to combat and make people aware of crimes against humanity and genocide. You all know there have been many films that reach a huge audience, and this was going on from the time of Schindler's List, but since then it's just hard to keep up with the number of fiction films and also, of course, important documentary films that are very important for pedagogy. I use them in all my classes, and I get great responses from the students using film, and also, surprisingly, using poetry. So, any other comments on this? Okay.
Sorry. Oh, this is still on. I thought I had to hold it down. I guess I've been on all this time. Yeah, just to build on what you said as well, when you pointed out that film is technology, that's absolutely right. And I think not even particularly on this specific topic, but just in general, thinking of technology in relation to atrocity prevention, we need to broaden what we consider to be technology. Most of the people today, myself included, have talked about things like social media, mobile phones, satellites, et cetera, et cetera. So usually when we say technology, we mean the most recent or most commonly used technologies, but everything is technology in a sense. A lot of funders look down on old technologies like text messaging, like SMS and radio and that sort of thing, but in large parts of the world, that's still very significant, and film could be as well. So we need to broaden our thinking.
Thank you. Any questions? Any more comments? Yes, in the corner. Yes, you took your mask off, so you can stand up and speak. No, just speak up. All right. Oh, there is a mic. Okay.
think it's easier to speak like this.
Yeah.
The speaker from Armenia, sorry, I forgot the name, he spoke about military drones. So I would like to ask the question, do you think drones can also be used to amplify hate speech? Because they often use drones for hate speech videos and messages. So drones are not only there to kill people, but they can also be used to spread hate speech. Do you agree, or how do you see the use of drones? Other usages of drones.
Thank you for question. I have spoken about the drones that use AI technologies, and they can target people autonomously. But in general, drones can have different usage, not only to spread hate speech, but also they can be beneficial. For example, to photograph the environment that can be tend to genocidal processes. For example, to do monitoring and take the results for a beneficial way. But I have spoken about the drones that can use AI technologies and target people autonomously, and that kind of drones also can be as the tool of intimidating the people. For example, early days of starting the aggression against Artsakh, Azerbaijani militaries, they performed a unique ceremony with the songs, and they showed the drones and with kind of measure they wanted to intimidate or to show that they have technological advancement and technological new technologies that can bring for results for their aggression.
Thank you. Why don't we take one more question? Where? Oh, okay. Yeah.
We are a delegation from the Kurdistan Parliament, Iraq. We are 2 members of Parliament and Parliament advisors and staff. And we thank you very much for inviting us to participate in this very important conference. As you all know, the Kurds of Iraq suffered genocide, chemical bombardment in Halabja, the Anfal campaign against the Kurds. The Yazidis suffered horrifically in Sinjar at the hands of ISIS. We all know what happened. Still today, Yazidi women and girls are being sold into sexual slavery. Many have still not been found. So we ask ourselves, there was so much evidence against ISIS, their use of technology, and still there is not much recognition of the Kurdish genocide, and there is some recognition of the Yazidi genocide. As the Kurdistan Parliament, we would like to know how we can achieve greater recognition of the Kurdish genocide and the Yazidi genocide, and to prevent these being repeated.
Thank you. Any comments from the panel, from the speakers? It's not a direct question, but I guess that's all a question for all of us in this room, because we often in our work become focused on certain genocides that are ongoing at the moment, and we all know that the trauma that people suffer gets passed on in generation to the next generation and the generation after that, and it's important for the process of recovery. to acknowledge and to, as others said, memorialize past genocides, especially coming from a nation like Armenia, who has experienced it for over 100 years. So with that, unless I have any last-minute questions, yes, please, comment.
I want to make a remark which is independent from the last questions, but as an historian, I may say that the new technologies introduced a complete revolution in the work of the historians. We have an access today to millions or billions of documents that were very difficult to access only 20 years ago. We do not have to travel all over the globe in order to have access to paper documents. Today you have billions of documents that are digitized and that are immediately accessible, and indirectly it's a way to counter fake news, the possibility to check the authenticity of historical information through direct access to the... Of course, it's not something generalized, because you need to have a democratic, liberal country that opens its archives. But once it's open, you have the possibility to do a scientific analysis with as much objectivity as possible of the various interpretations of history. And this is a progress in terms of human rights and protection of the persecuted populations.
Thank you. With that, I think we will close this session. The next session is scheduled for 4:30 on the program, and we have 15 minutes for coffee. So if you're going to get coffee, please get it quickly. We're catching up on our time. And I like to just thank all the speakers, so please join me in thanking them.
Good. I think we all had a very long day, interesting and long, but I'm sure with this last session and last panel, we have a very good group of speakers. I'm sure they will keep you very interested and very awake, right? So this is the second panel of the afternoon. And we will continue to look at social platforms. And the social platform has a tool for the dissemination of aid and what can be prevention measures. We heard already quite a few interesting interventions earlier, and our panelists now, they are going to actually, if I recall all their points, building quite, yes, nicely on what has been raised. So we heard how hate speech is on the rise on social media worldwide. We heard how this has really the potential to incite violence, to undermine social cohesion, to cause psychological harm, emotional, physical harm as well. We have witnessed conspiracy theories swell and multiply across the internet. We have a very recent publication that I brought in a few copies also from UNESCO on that. UNESCO published recently new data on Holocaust denial and distortion in July this year, indicating, just as an example to introduce our conversation, indicating a number of worrying trends. First, Holocaust denial and distortion is a critical problem, as we know on social media. It reaches 49% on Telegram, which has resisted calls to moderate content. Despite increased moderation and policies to address Holocaust denial and distortion on other platforms, it remains present and publicly accessible. Nearly 1 in 5 public posts are found on Twitter, 16% of videos on TikTok, and 8% of posts on that on Facebook. And secondly, genocide denial and distortion should be regarded as a threat to democratic and human rights value, and I think we heard a lot today about this, because it is often embedded with anti-Semitic prejudice, stereotypes, and other forms of intolerance, including racism, misogyny, and homophobia. And through humor and memes, it spreads very quickly, and it risks normalizing pernicious and violent forms of hatred, and both glorifies and minimizes the crime of genocide. So I think what is essential is to have holistic actions. They are very crucial if we want to protect societies from the dangerous influence of hate speech. And I'm very pleased that we have this session to discuss to prevent social media platforms to be used as a tool to disseminate hate. So I'm very honored to be here today with the 5 eminent experts in this field. Melanie O'Brien, we already met her earlier today. She's the president of the International Association of Genocide Scholars. We have Ronan Lee here, who is Doctoral Prize Fellow at the Institute for Media and Creative Industries at Loughborough University in the United Kingdom. We have Michel Waszewska, more or less, I'm right. He's Program Director at Bratislava Policy Institute in the Slovak Republic. And we have Patrick Hain, who is a lecturer at the School of Global Japanese Study at Meiji University in Japan. And last but not least, we will have with us via Zoom Robert van der Noorda, who is founder of Trollrensics company from the Netherlands. So we will start with a presentation, which will be done in a couple, let's say it's a tandem presentation, starting with Ronan, who will look at the issue of Rohingya, or how social media was used to enable genocide in Myanmar. They will be then followed by Melanie, who will give another aspect of that issue. Ronan.
Well, great to be with you folks. And of course, thank you to the government of Armenia for the invitation. And I want to just thank all of you for being here. It's time away from your families. It's discussion of challenging topics that I know are hard to do, but so important for so many people, that we stay engaged in these issues and work towards solutions. I'm going to talk about the Rohingya and I'm going to talk about Myanmar. And when most of you think about the Rohingya, I'm assuming that you think about what you see in the news in contemporary times. You think about deprivation, poverty, genocide, forced deportation. But the Rohingya's experience wasn't always like that. And I think it's important for us to remember that the Rohingya's long-term experience is not one of exclusion, it's actually one of inclusion. This was a community that, when you trace its history, was included in Burma, as it then was when it became independent in 1948. They were fully part of the national political fabric. They were part of the national political fabric during the colonial era. And they were unquestionably part of the national political fabric when their ancestral lands, currently Rakhine State, Myanmar, but their ancestral lands were previously the independent sovereign kingdom of Arakan, which for hundreds of years was an independent and quite dominant trading polity at the north of the Bay of Bengal. At various times, this kingdom's capital, Mrau, would have rivaled cities like, in the 1600s, would have rivaled cities like London and Naples and Paris in terms of population. And at that time, this kingdom that was multi-ethnic, it included Muslims, it included Buddhists, this is the place that the Rohingya trace their history to. This kingdom's court language was Persian, minted coins with Islamic statements on them. The rulers at various times took on board Islamic titles. So I think it's important to remember that this is not a community that was always poor and that was always a victim group and that was always in crisis. It was, in fact, its long-term history is not of that. And that's why what's happened in Myanmar should concern us so much, because if that can happen to them, of course, it can happen within all of our societies. Now, when did things start to go badly wrong for the Rohingya? Well, it started to go badly wrong when the military came to power in 1962. And over time, the Rohingya's rights were steadily restricted. What's interesting to note is that unquestionably the country's military in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s was genocidal. There's no question about that. Their attitudes towards the Rohingya never changed. They always wanted to exclude them. But they weren't able or didn't feel able to do exactly what we saw in 2017 until 2017. So why was that? Well, during the period that the military ran Myanmar, of course, they restricted people's freedom to communicate, they restricted freedom of expression, they limited access to highly censored newspapers, TV and radio. They prevented the arrival in any meaningful way of the internet in Myanmar until very, very late. But when the political opening occurred in and around 2010 and pre-publication censorship was formally ended and opportunities for freedom of political expression, the internet arrived and social media arrived in Myanmar. The impact of the internet's arrival in the country, obviously evident, and we've heard this from various speakers today who have talked about the impact of the internet on Myanmar. I want to talk very quickly about that, and then I want to talk about what's going on in contemporary times. Obviously, the sudden arrival of the internet came with some pretty undesirable consequences. Political media freedoms that had provided some pretty useful opportunities for decent people to speak up also gave opportunities to fairly divisive voices. And we've heard a lot about the impact of that and the insightful impact of that. And I think most of you know what went on in terms of incitement. But I want to talk a little bit about how the political context of Myanmar was changed by the sorts of inciting language that we saw on social media. I want to talk not just about how people were incited to want to do harm to the Rohingya, but how that culture changed the political dynamic of the country. So What occurred, obviously, was that you had nationalists using the opportunities that were given to them to spread hate speech about the Rohingya. You had the military of the country magnifying the reach of that. But also what we saw is that this was enabled by state media. So state media set the scene for what was acceptable public expression. What would get you arrested or not arrested was determined by state media, so then what you would post on social media was determined by that. And the clear message was, if you post things that are anti-Rohingya, you're fine. If you post things that defend them, then you are not, and you risk jail, or you risk other penalties within the country. We saw that with the arrests of journalists. We saw it with the arrest of members of civil society. So the years leading up to the deportation of the Rohingya in 2017, positive political portrayals of the Rohingya had all but disappeared. Certainly weren't common in mainstream media within the country, and had become all but invisible on social media throughout the country. Occasionally there'd be foreign language media that would be available to English speakers within Myanmar, and those people would be able to see positive portrayals of the Rohingya. But there was little chance for them really to respond to common and widespread criticisms. They were scapegoated, of course, in the mainstream media, and then they were widely scapegoated in social media. In terms of what's happened with social media since that time worldwide, well, Facebook, as we know, and other companies really have not changed their approach one little bit in terms of what occurred. They had options to better regulate the improper use of their platforms, including limiting the shareability of anonymous posts. They didn't do that, and they were reluctant, I think, because it was going to affect their profitability. My own experience of reporting racist material in Facebook. We've heard other examples of this today. My experience was very frustrating. I reported exceptionally racist material that was circulating in Myanmar. The company, of course, determined it did not breach their community standards. The issue then received mainstream media attention outside of Myanmar. Facebook reassessed what occurred and decided that the material did breach their community standards. By then, the material had been shared within Myanmar hundreds of thousands of times. And this was a common experience. So a key consequence of this was that social media was helping to mobilise popular opinion against the Rohingya and creating a political environment which defending the rights of the Rohingya became challenging, and it ensured that when the military undertook the large genocidal forced deportation in 2017, there was no significant mainstream political constituency that was prepared to defend the rights of the Rohingya or even call for restraint. This is beyond instigation, and this is, I think, important, is that what social media did within Myanmar was it changed the political environment that was occurring within the country. So this wasn't rogue operators being instigated to individual acts of violence. This was a political culture that was changed, and it was changed in that country to marginalise a group of people that had formerly been integrated in the country. If it can be done there, obviously we know it can be done within our societies. The role of social media companies like Facebook in the Global South, I think ought to be understood as a form of digital colonialism. It's just as economically and socially exploitative and damaging to the national political fabric as was the economic policies of the country's colonial era rulers. The laissez-faire approach of social media companies, where few resources were devoted to policing their platform and managing their platform, needs to end, not just in Myanmar, but worldwide. In Myanmar's case, platforms were obviously used to promote anti-Rohingya hate speech, but these were foreign-owned companies, and people outside of that country have a responsibility for what occurred there. Ironically, the arguments that social media companies have often used to defend what they did, such as that they do bring some benefits to the country, really do mirror the sorts of arguments that defenders of colonialism use to defend colonial-era economic practices. I just want to conclude with just a couple of quick comments Obviously, I think it's time for stronger regulation of social media platforms, especially of anonymous social media accounts, and really all that prevents that's political will. I mean, that's what's lacking here. The Rohingya, of course, were excluded from society over time. It didn't happen overnight, but it took the mobilisation of political opinion that social media enabled, that allowed the military of that country to genocidally deport most Rohingya from Myanmar. The military's attitudes towards the Rohingya were the same in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, but the political environment was able to be changed with the arrival of what was essentially unregulated social media within Myanmar. This, I think, should give a fairly serious warning that in other contexts, and particularly in democratic contexts, normalised hate rhetoric can lead to atrocity crimes, even against previously well-integrated groups. With the extensive use of social media worldwide and the risks, obviously, that this poses to our societies through the dissemination of hateful, extreme and exciteful speech, steps to ensure accountability are essential. And I think necessary and essential. And now we're going to hear shortly from Professor O'Brien, who's going to outline how the law is tackling that. But let me just finish with this. What happened in Myanmar to the Rohingya is not something that we shouldn't see this group as special or different or in any way a group an example that couldn't happen in any of our countries. And if we don't take action quickly to regulate what's going on with social media, we'll be dealing with similar problems, not just with minorities in our countries, but potentially with formerly very well integrated groups within our societies.
Thank you very much, Ronan. Can I just now invite Melanie, Professor O'Brien, for the second part of this presentation.
Thank you so much, and thank you for putting up with me for a second time today. So given the extensive use of social media in society today, including hate speech on social media platforms as part of accountability actions is crucial. So we've just heard from Dr. Lee on how social media has been used to disseminate hate speech during the Rohingya genocide. And I'm going to talk about how some ways that the law is addressing this phenomenon. Accountability is an important form of prevention. Criminalisation and punishment of conduct are strong deterrents for future commission of crimes. Before I get into the specifics of how the law is looking at the Rohingya case, I want to have a look at where the use of social media to disseminate hate speech and incite violence falls within international criminal law. We can trace the imposition of criminal responsibility for speech back to the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg. In the prosecution of Julius Streicher, the founder and publisher of the anti-Semitic publication Der Stürmer, Streicher was convicted of incitement to commit murder and extermination as crimes against humanity. It was this kind of propaganda that created the requisite psychological and political conditions for aggressive war, and also for the Holocaust. Streicher's role was seen as an accessory to the persecution and extermination of the Jews. Nuremberg prosecutors highlighted a key point about genocidal propaganda, that it incites fear and hatred of the victim group to make possible the persecution and the murder that takes place in genocide. At the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, or the ICTY, Vojislav Šešelj was convicted of war crimes and crimes against humanity through instigating persecution, displacement, and other inhumane acts, mainly through his speeches, which instigated crimes against non-Serbs by declaring that particular areas would and should be ethnically cleansed. The International Criminal Court, or the ICC, brought charges under co-perpetration based on speech against William Ruto and as accessory liability against Joshua Sang, although these were later vacated on a no-case-to-answer basis. While these crimes were not prosecuted under genocide crimes, this mode of liability of hate or insightful speech as aiding, abetting, or instigating crimes could also be applied to the commission of genocide crimes. Note that these modes of liability, however, require a causal connection to the crime being committed, meaning that those acts or, as we're talking about here, the speech, must have caused the crimes to be committed. Such hate speech may also fall under the crime of direct and public incitement to genocide, as found, of course, in the Genocide Convention and the Rome Statute of the ICC. The crime of incitement was prosecuted, for example, by the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda in cases such as Akayesu, Rugiu and Nahimana, otherwise known as the media trial. There is inconsistency in international law as to whether or not incitement to genocide must be causally connected to the acts carried out, but the predominant and traditional view is that there is no causal requirement in law between incitement and genocide. Hate speech and propaganda is also evidence of genocidal intent on the part of the perpetrators, and thus can be used as evidence of genocide more generally, even if not prosecuted as a crime itself. And so now, I'll tell you a little bit about how the law is dealing with this with regards to the Rohingya situation. In 2019, the Gambia initiated proceedings against Myanmar in the International Court of Justice, or ICJ, alleging violations by Myanmar of the Genocide Convention. As noted by Dr. Lee and by Nick Kumjian, Facebook was widely used to disseminate hate speech and calls for violence against the Rohingya, and thus the content and metadata from pages, accounts, groups, and posts can contain essential evidence of genocidal intent. The Gambia's application to the ICJ includes multiple references to anti-Rohingya content on Facebook. While I use Myanmar as an example here, social media and messaging platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, Telegram, or WhatsApp have played an important role in disseminating messages of hate and violence in many instances around the world, including India, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the Philippines, and Libya. While not all of these instances of violence have been genocidal crimes, the use of social media to disseminate hate speech and incitement to violence has the same concerns, and there should be a conformity of response to any hate speech and incitement, because doing so will actively contribute to genocide prevention. As part of the case before the ICJ, in August 2020, the Gambia filed an application in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, requesting evidence from Facebook. The application was filed under a domestic United States law which authorizes a US federal court to order testimony or statement or to produce a document or other thing for use in a proceeding in a foreign or international tribunal following a request made by an interested person. In this case, the Gambia is the interested person. The Gambia requested, firstly, public and private communications associated with Myanmar content deleted by Facebook in 2018, including individual pages, groups, accounts, and Instagram accounts, because of course Facebook owns Instagram now, with the request limited, though, to material containing hate speech or violent content. Secondly, documents associated with Facebook's internal investigation that explain how Facebook actually identified this deleted content in the first place. And thirdly, they requested a deposition with a Facebook representative to help understand how Facebook had made this connection. In September 2021, the US District Court granted most of the Gambia's request, ordering Facebook to produce all content from the deleted accounts and posts relating to anti-Rohingya hate speech and incitement to violence, as well as any non-privileged documentation from the internal investigation into the deleted content. And the goal was to illuminate how Facebook connected the seemingly unrelated inauthentic accounts to Myanmar government officials. Such content and the metadata of this content can be used as evidence of genocidal intent of the Tatmadaw, the military regime in Myanmar. The US court, however, denied the request to depose a Facebook representative. There was also discussion over private user-to-user messages, so such as how we all use Messenger on Facebook. And the Gambia argued that genocidal intent could be evidence in these kinds of private messages. Ultimately, the court took a quite circuitous legal route to grant the handover of those messages, but it approved it. However, Facebook appealed the ruling in October 2021, disputing the part of the order to produce private pages and communications. So in other words, these user-to-user messages. In December 2021, a district judge vacated the part of the order to disclose the private user-to-user messages, holding that private Facebook and Instagram pages and their associated communications that have been deleted by Facebook and are maintained on its servers to prevent their destruction are stored for purposes of backup protection, and thus their disclosure was prohibited under the US Stored Communications Act. A motion filed by the Gambia to reconsider was denied in March of this year. We do also know, as Nicholas Koumjian revealed publicly in September this year and also spoke to us earlier today, that Facebook has willingly shared millions of pieces of data with the Independent Investigative Mechanism for Myanmar, who has included this information, along with other evidentiary sources, in packages that will be shared with the ICJ for the Gambia case and also the International Criminal Court. From this action and its arguments in the US District Court that it should not be compelled to give data to the Gambia, but only to the IIMM, it seems that Facebook is more willing to share data with the IIMM than the Gambia. While the Gambia versus Facebook case in the US demonstrated that it's possible for social media content and metadata evidence to be obtained for use in international crimes cases, it is also clear from this case that there are significant technical legal issues when seeking to use the law to obtain evidence from social media platforms, particularly when states have other legislation regulating use of and access to digital communication. Of course, privacy is a major driver of such regulation, as it should be, and in this case, part of the US court's reasoning was that because pages and posts were already accessible to the public before being removed by Facebook, that they were not subject to a non-disclosure rule. Essentially, this raises many questions about privacy and data protection, which may also have extraterritorial concerns, such as those imposed in the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR. Currently, it is too easy for corporations to evade disclosure requests by hiding behind privacy regulations, and certainly each corporation can set its own internal standards around post content and control how such standards are implemented, and we've heard specific examples of that from Mr. Koumjian and Dr. Lee today. Clearly, the US District Court sought to ensure that hate speech used in genocide was made available as evidence in an international court proceedings. However, the case also draws attention to the need for states to examine their laws around social media privacy, data protection, and harmful content, to amend existing agreements and treaties around data disclosure, ensuring online service providers, including social media platforms, are obligated to disclose data and metadata related to international crimes, and to ensure a human rights-based approach to corporate responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melanie. And I think this flows very nicely with the next presentation by Michal Waleszka, more or less. By end of today, I will say it perfectly. Michel, please.
Thank you very much for the floor. So now I wonder whether you are not tired enough. You know, your patience is visibly fading away. Some people are probably falling asleep. So now I'm asking myself how to be innovative. So I will try. Okay, let's start with ice-breaking moment. I have a good news and bad news. The bad news is I have 30 slides. The good news, I will go relatively quickly through them, so don't worry. And just let me mention very briefly, I'm a sociologist by background. I'm coming from Slovakia, although my identities are larger, Central European and European, obviously cosmopolitan in many ways, and except of working on issues concerning extremism, minority issues. I was very much involved in genocide studies, anti-Semitism studies, and another part of my identity is also that I'm a representative of Slovakia in ECRI, European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, and for our Armenian friends, I was covering Armenia very recently. An Armenian report is, by the way, considered to be a really good one. Okay, so let's start with the question which we have here, which is somehow floating in the air. Are social platforms responsible for a recent increase of hate? I believe yes, although they are co-responsible, visibly, for their influence and impact is underestimated. And well, I'm saying it with certain anger, I must say, because even at this conference, we are, kind of gentle. We have this gentle academic approach, and we should be probably less diplomatic. Situation is very serious to have this approach. I believe that the greediness, unreflexivity, and even social idiocy, together with irresponsible understanding of freedom of speech, create truly toxic cocktail these days. And what we heard about the story of Rohingyas, where Facebook is visibly co-responsible for the genocide, not mentioning how Facebook was co-responsible for Brexit and election of probably the most problematic US president ever. All these things we know, and still we have a problem to name them slightly more brutally, I would say. Very recently, another unreflexive person who bought Twitter recently mentioned that bird will be flying freely this very soon, finally, as he said. Well, what I loved was the response of Vice Chairman of European Commission, which came immediately, that in the European Union, bird will be flying according to our European rules. And if not, will be not flying at all. And that's exactly what I'm sharing. Enough was enough, basically. So I simply believe that people like Zuckerberg and Musk are dangerous people, and I'm saying it politely, because I can say it even less politely, who are very much contributing to the spreading of hate. And disclaimer, I'm not on social media, social platforms, although my colleagues, of course, put me there, so I'm there, although I don't want to be, which is another topic, You cannot exist. Even if you don't want to be there, you will find yourself there, whether you want or not. And I believe that the epidemic of influence of social platforms should be tackled as a disease, equally as alcoholism or drug abuse, and I believe that it will be approached like that very soon. In the future, the whole beginning of 21st century will be probably viewed as a period of madness and unreflexivity. Social platforms, let's be fair, are of course not responsible alone. Of course, disappearance of social cohesion and structural change of public, which was described by people like Jürgen Habermas decades ago, played an important role here. In times when, let me mention something sociological here, when this warm and friendly Gemeinschaft community changed into the Kohl monster Gesellschaft, it means society. Of course, the social capital changed, and it's less bonding, less linking as it was. But the situation is serious because in that very moment, social platforms are influencing it in a very negative way. I should probably, that's, so we are already on a first slide. So what changed when some social platforms pop out as mushrooms? And remember, the original promise when Facebook and others came was that suddenly Greek agora was recreated. Finally, we will be discussing all things. We will be deciding about our communities, about our states, in virtual space and future will be bright. Well, what happened is that suddenly Facebook and other platforms changed into the dirty, actually the dirtiest possible. You know, it's like from Trainspotting movie of my youth. You remember there is this scene, the dirtiest toilet in Scotland. You know, that's exactly how I imagine Facebook these days. The dirtiest possible pub with a sticky floor, where a mob is simply spreading hatred and screaming a lot, and technicians of power are utilizing it against open society everywhere. In my country, it's very visible, and I will show you how it looks like. So, the ability of social platforms to spread hatred is multidimensional. And firstly, they are spreading up processes that in the past took a very long time. Maybe many of you know this pyramid of hate. Firstly, you know, there are certain attitudes that are full of prejudices. Then those prejudices are somehow spreading in a society. Discrimination starts, then violence, and at the end, genocide. And it takes a long time to reach the genocide, but suddenly with social platforms, it can go quickly, very quickly, basically in days. Radicalization. You know, in Bratislava, very recently, there was a terrorist act of a local neo-Nazi against people from LGBTI. He radicalized in a very quickly, only and exclusively on internet, through social media. When I talked to my British colleagues from London, what is the shortest time of radicalization of Islamists from completely secular people to people who decide to go and fight for Islamic State, it was 37 days without visiting mosque, without visiting imam, without actually contacting anybody, only and exclusively on internet. And this is the power. My colleagues from Central European University in Vienna, well, I should say Budapest and Vienna, even discovered that the schemes that were fitting somehow into the spreading of hatred in between ethnic groups coming from the past are not valid anymore. You know, with the spread of hatred on social platforms, simply everything what we discovered decades ago is not really valid. You know, it's basically like in sociology with methodological nationalism, when we are discovering these days that many authors from the past, when they were writing about society, they were writing about their societies, you know, Max Weber about bureaucracy, etc., but I don't have time for that. So, of course, media and their agenda setting, these are well-known facts, that media can have very limited chance to convince us about something completely, but they have a fantastic ability to convince, to force us to think about something, you know, to imagine it. You know, let's say, to wake you up, I will say that Ilhan Aliyev have 3 heads. Of course, it's nonsense. So you know it's nonsense, but you started to image that, you know, those 3 heads. And this is exactly what media are doing. The problem is that social platforms are doing it multiple times more visibly. So that's changing. And algorithms, which were mentioned so many times here, suddenly we are not really masters of what we are reading, what we are experiencing. And you know, algorithms are deciding our future and we are not in control. This is a valid question. And people very often are saying, you know, I don't care. I don't like rap, so if my YouTube is offering me classical music, I'm fine with that. And my students usually respond this way. And sometimes I'm using Tinder to convince them that, you know, the situation is, I on Tinder? I'm not, but, you know, maybe some of you, you know, you are searching for somebody, well, for a relationship of whatever kind you want. But let's try to imagine that you are searching for a very concrete person, and suddenly the algorithm is showing you only what you were searching. So at a certain moment, you have a very limited pool of people, and try to think that you will have 2 or 3 kids with such a person. Who choose that person, you or AI? You know, and that's, of course, suddenly people start to think that, well, that's not really the world we wanted to live when it popped out 25 years ago with the promise of Agora. There are these filter bubbles. I will, of course, not. You know how they work. The social platforms are destroying very much our, well, not maybe our, but media literacy of young people. They are starting those social platforms at the age of 10, 11, 12, and by the age of 15, they are unable to read through text. You know, they are unable to go beyond what is written. So to say, in a first plan, we don't have time to go deeper. Pareidolia is, you know, probably even some people who are sitting here might be suffering by pareidolia. It's, you know, sometimes you look at the cloud somewhere in the sky and you see face of your grandmother. Basically, you see what is not there. The problem with social platforms is that it's systematically producing more and more people who see what is not there, you know? So our ability to live in a reality is disappearing thanks to social platforms. Of course, it's very much contributing to the fact that many people who previously, you know, didn't have courage to say anything in public because they were tragically uneducated, suddenly they have a feeling that they are experts in everything. So they are suffering by Dunning-Kruger effect. You know, they believe they can say something. So to remove social platforms from our life will be almost impossible because there will be millions and millions of people who have this sweet feeling that they are experts already. And of course, they are poisoning dwells on, you know, on internet. Echo chambers. And this is the worst, because when you are inside those social platforms and you scream something, suddenly it's returning even louder. So, of course, you are convinced that you are right, because it's returning, and it's reconfirmed. And we don't have really chances how to change it. I know that I'm running out of time. Yes, I know. So let me just mention that speaking about all those conspiracies that are spreading hatred, and they are full of hatred, we should approach them from social psychological view and to be aware of the so-called causal attributions that all of us, as we are sitting here, we are somehow understanding the world around ourselves. And usually, you know, it's, they have various dimensions, but in fact, you have only 2 types of people. People who are external, global, stable, uninfluenceable, or internal, specific, unstable, influenceable. So, and the first type of attributions means that people with such belief will tend to actively change the current state. Those who are internal, specific, unstable, influenceable, they are full of conspiracies, and they see the world only through the lens of conspiratory type of thinking. And once they believe in one conspiracy, usually they believe also in others. Yeah? Externalists are unlikely to change the life around them. And just in the last two minutes, let me give you an example from my country, the country which very soon will be dominated by local fascists and people who are openly against open society and liberal democracy. And how that happened? The country is going for years through the period of online radicalization and polarization through social platforms. Young generation is focused by these people who, you know, and the young generation doesn't really have civic skills and historical memory. And the result of it is that, let's say, more than 50% people in Slovakia believe that there is a conspiracy worldwide of some elites that are ruling the world. 50% believe, almost 50% believe that there is a Jewish conspiracy worldwide, etc., etc. Okay, and you will say, it's everywhere. Well, not really. Look at and compare it with other countries of Central and Eastern Europe, and you will suddenly see that it's so spread, especially in Slovakia, Bulgaria, countries where social platforms are very visible and where those platforms are heated from outside. I will come to that. Jewish or the belief that there is the group of people who are ruling the world. You see Slovakia on the right-hand side, Austria, neighbor of Slovakia, just 22 against 60. So visible difference. How that happened? Last minute. When the war in Ukraine started, the supportive stance to Ukraine on Facebook, that's the blue, 158,000 of supportive claim support, 2.5 million in favor of Russia. And then when we analyze that together with our colleagues in Gerulata, you see the red. That's a political spectrum of Slovakia, and red is a supportive for Russia in a country which otherwise is supporting Ukraine. Politically, it is supporting Ukraine, obviously. The blue on the right-hand side, that's pro-Western stance, and in the middle, that's basically standard media. I just look at here. Let's say this is absolutely marginal political party supported by less than 1% of people. In spite of that, they are almost as influential as the whole pro-Western European spectrum. I know that I have to finish. These are key anti-Western factors who are spreading the hatred. This guy, for instance, had 1.5 million of supporters on Facebook, and even Prime Minister of Slovakia was unable to convince Facebook to close his account. Prime Minister of Slovakia then complained to several congressmen from the United States who visited Slovakia, and only when they complained to Mark Zuckerberg, the account was closed. And we can go on. This is Russian state actors in Slovakia, how many interactions. This is US, many people believe that the US is dramatically involved in the war, but just compare it. And this is when Slovakia closed some of those platforms after the beginning of war. Look what happened on Telegram. I know that Telegram is very active also in Armenia, and it's active precisely because it's absolutely unrestrictive. So, and this is, okay, sorry. And really the last one. So, in my understanding, we are dealing with evil here. It's not. We are trying not to understand and respond to various atrocities and horrors occurring since the first genocide of modernity, genocide of Armenians. But what we see here, it's not only what is wrong or what is bad, but Hannah Arendt, if she would have been living still at the moment, she would probably facing social platforms and their activities, she would probably speak again about banality of evil. And we should probably apply it on performance of social platforms, owners and inventors. Sorry for speaking so long. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Misha. I think you did a good job in bringing us through 30 slides that will be shared with you, of course, like all the other colleagues. So let's move now from Slovakia to Japan, where we have Patrick Hein. Patrick is lecturer at the School of Global Japanese Study at Meiji University in Japan, and he will also bring us through his presentation on the responsibility of social media.
Thank you very much. So this morning, Prime Minister Pashinyan, he made a comment which shocked me quite a lot. He said that just being an Armenian can be considered a crime or an insult in some countries, neighbor countries of Armenia. So I think before we move to prevention of hate speech or social media, we have to put hate speech into context, historical context. So I like the word ideology. I think we have first to talk about ideology. And I want to give you an example from Japan, where I live and work. In Japan, you have about 300,000 Koreans, and they are an ethnic minority, the most important, used to be the most important ethnic minority in Japan. And they came to Japan in the 1920s and 30s as forced laborers or spouses or students or military conscripts. And they remained in Japan after the military defeat of Japan because they could not go back to Korea for one reason or another. And since very long time, even before, so since a very long time, Koreans have been target of hate speech in Japan. Systematic hate speech, just because they are Koreans. They have to hide their identity, they have to assimilate to Japanese culture, they have to change their names to Japanese names, they are fingerprinted, treated like criminals. And many North Koreans, most North Koreans in Japan, they are stateless. So they are even worse off than South Koreans who are not stateless, who have a South Korean passport. So why are Koreans targeted systematically in Japan? I think that is a key question. Before we move to prevention, we have to look at the context of hate speech. So I think I have published on this topic of forced labor, Korean forced laborers brought to Japan, and also I have researched on sexual slavery. And I think there are three reasons, basically. The first one is colonial legacy of Japan. As you know, Korea was a colony of Japan, and that plays a very important role. The colonizer who thinks he's superior to the colonized. Then the second factor is the US post-war occupation of Japan from 1945 to 1952. It is interesting during the occupation that who was the most racist? It was not the Japanese at that time, but it was the Americans, the occupiers. They have had a very strong anti-Korean bias. We know that racism was very strong at that time, not only against black people, but also against Koreans. In Korea, but also in Japan. During this time, Koreans, they were accused of being communists, of being troublemakers, and other things. They were called names, they were just avoided. So this narrative, this hate speech narrative was constructed at that time, and it has been reproduced. So hate speech is not something which happens overnight. It is reproduced over generations. It has been going on in Japan for a long time, and will not disappear for a long time. So the third reason is more recent. As you know, North Korean agents have abducted Japanese people in the 1970s. And since then, North Korea is demonized in Japan. It's because it's unforgivable, of course, if you abduct citizens of another state, it's unforgivable. But it has reinforced this hate speech climate in Japan. These abductions. Of course, the abductions is not the fault of Japan, but it has reinforced the hate speech in Japan. I might give you another example. It's military sexual slaves, Korean women who were forcefully abducted or sold or abducted, or they were forced to serve Japanese Imperial Army in Asia. And most of those women were from Korea. And there were also other women from other countries, but most were from Korea. And you know what? The narrative in Japan about those women is not that they are sexual slaves. No. This is what people
outside Japan think about them. Inside Japan, the narrative is that they are commercial prostitutes. So you see how narratives can influence people. And of course, this narrative of commercial prostitute, which only exists in Japan, this has been constantly built up by the far right, which is supported by the government in Japan. And there was a Japanese prime minister who was murdered this year. His name was Shinzo Abe. And this prime minister used this narrative, of course, and amplified this narrative. So we don't even need social media. We can do this with other means. So they did it by censoring public TV. So news about these topics were all censored on public TV by the government. He also curtailed or curbed press freedom. So nothing could be published in Japan which was critical of government opinions about this topic. So what I want to say is that all this climate, it is produced, it is constructed on purpose, and even in democratic countries like Japan. So next, I want to look at what goes on in the minds of perpetrators. Now, it's also something which we didn't discuss in detail today. And you mentioned the topic of banality of evil, and I can agree to this. I can give you an example from this week. A person in Kyoto, a Japanese, was sentenced to 4 years in prison for burning down some Korean apartments in Kyoto, which is a beautiful traditional Japanese city where you have a large community of Koreans. He burned down the houses of Koreans, and he was finally brought to justice, but he was not sentenced for hate speech because the Japanese hate speech law is not so good, but he was sentenced for arson. Anyhow, he's now in prison and we are all happy. But, you know, this person actually, he was not what we imagine him to be. He was just a banal person who was thoughtless. He just picked up the message from internet or from Twitter, and then he thought it was the truth. He thought that Koreans were bad and had killed Abe, Mr. Abe. You know, that is also a narrative that the Koreans killed Mr. Abe, which is, of course, it is not true. He was killed by the Japanese, as it turned out. But after he was killed, the first days, there were narratives on Twitter, which is the largest platform in Japan, and there were narratives that Koreans had killed Mr. Abe. You see, people are, since, you know, hate speech starts in elementary school. Children, they get this bias from their parents. So when we want to prevent hate speech, we have to go back to early childhood. I think that is the only way to get rid of hate speech, especially in Japan. It has not so much to do with Twitter or with Facebook. So what goes on in the mind of these people? I think in this special case, this person just was thoughtless. He picked up the message and then he just shared this message. Koreans are bad, we have to, you know, they are guilty of crimes, they are troublemakers, they are communists, and so on. They are working for North Korea, and so on. So people pick these messages up, and then they take it for granted, without fact-checking. So he just picked it up, and then he burned down the houses of Koreans, and later he regretted it. What is interesting about hate speech is that most people, maybe, they are just thoughtless. But there is a minority of those people, like, including the former Japanese prime minister, who build up this climate of hate speech. And those people we have to target, we have to prosecute, I think. It's a command structure. It's those who are in command who spread hate speech. We see that also in other countries like Sri Lanka, also Myanmar, where you have Buddhist monks who spread hate speech about Muslims, or yes, Muslims, or Tamils in Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka it was Tamils and Muslims, and in Myanmar it's Muslims. No? So there are Buddhist monks who are behind this. No? And I wouldn't say that we cannot put every hate speech person on the same level. I think there are different levels of complicity and of responsibility. There are the leaders and the followers. Of course, at the end, the victim doesn't care who is the leader or the follower, because the victim is a victim. So now I want to move to the next part, how to prevent hate speech. So I think we didn't talk about it, but I think Germany has very advanced, one of the most far-reaching hate speech laws in the world. So maybe we can learn something from Germany in this case, because in Germany, the social media platforms, they not only have to delete content, hate speech content, but they also, in the future, it looks as if they have to report and hate speech to the police directly. So the law is very, very strict in Germany. And at the moment, there are about 1,000 people who are prosecuted for hate speech in Germany. So we can say that Germans are very efficient. And also they have, as you know, they have an anti-Holocaust law, and I think this law is also quite efficient. In Germany, not so many people have been prosecuted recently for Holocaust denial, so I think that the law is quite deterring. And the sentences are quite strict, the fines also. I think you can do a lot, as Germany is doing, but we have also to remember the context in Germany, because Germany was the perpetrator itself, and Germany has learned its lessons from the past, so we can trust into German justice. For other countries, I would be more careful. We know Azerbaijan has also a hate speech law, but what does it mean if nobody prosecutes crimes? There's no meaning to it. No? So I think that Germany has learned the good lessons from the past because it has a strong democracy. So if you have a strong democracy, a strong foundation, you can also have such laws to stop hate speech. Now I want to look at some other measures to prevent hate speech. I think naming and shaming is always working well. It has worked also well in the Darfur case with China. Then there are also international civil society organizations like Stop Hate for Profit. I think that civil society plays a very important role. Also fact-checking and also counter-narratives can make a difference. For example, in an analysis of Twitter posts in Japan, researchers found that the problem is not that the far right is so strong. The problem is that liberals are so weakly represented in those platforms. So the far right, is quite good at using those platforms. It doesn't mean that their messages are good, but they are good at using and over-representing their, or how can I say, they look more important than they are by using those platforms. Whereas the liberals, they are not good at using those platforms, in Japan at least. Now we have also some new organizations in Japan, like Safer Internet Association, which has launched the Japan Fact Check Center to confirm the accuracy of information shared online. Besides these measures, I think that boycott by advertisers can play an important role because, as you know, Facebook and all those companies are private companies who depend on advertising. And once you can convince advertisers, or you can mobilize advertisers, maybe they will withdraw their funds and they will not put any ads on those platforms, and then you can hurt them. Yes, so in conclusion, I think that as UN Secretary Guterres has said this morning, states have the primary responsibility to anticipate the consequences of hate speech and protect vulnerable groups from possible harm, and also, of course, to prosecute and also to give a redress to victims. But if states fail to perform their duties, or if they themselves nurture hate speech, then the international community has to step in, because we have an erga omnes obligation to intervene on behalf of victims. So by international community, I mean international media, international civil society, international courts and organizations, and also academia. State or private censorship is not the answer to hate speech. That said, privately owned social media companies should be aware that it is in their best interest to enforce a zero-tolerance policy toward hate speech and to prevent it from spreading. They can do this by deleting, banning accounts, by fact-checking and other means. It goes without saying that if they fail to do so, they have to bear the consequences for their negligence. And I can give some examples. Yes, there is the example of the Rohingya who put a lawsuit against Facebook in California. And there is advertiser boycott of Facebook. There is naming and shaming of platforms. And of course, there is also whistleblowing and employee resistance. I think we should not forget that employees who work for those companies also have the means to resist what their companies are doing as employees of those companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. As you see, we are very generous. I am very generous with time, but I think you can see the experience and the passion and the commitment of our speakers in addressing this issue. So I think it's interesting for all of us to listen to that. Now, we have our final panelist who is online, I hope. Robert, are you connected?
Yes, I am.
Hi, we can see you.
Okay, good. So if I show, I have a couple of slides. So if I show those, they will be on the screen, right? Instead of me.
You will move your slides, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have Robert van der Noorda from the Netherlands. So we are back from Japan to Europe. And he's founder of a company. He will tell us now more about the interesting work this company is doing. Robert, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Robert. I'm Dutch, but I lived for many years in Eastern Europe, different countries, Russia, Ukraine. I used to work in countries like Georgia, did projects in Kazakhstan. So I have a long background in Eastern Europe. It's a bit weird story in a way, but 8 years ago, I found the first troll farms, at least some new ones that were not known at that time. At first, I started doing a lot of work by hand, proving that it was actually a troll farm. And well, the end of the story is now that I've been tracking down troll farms for about 8 years. So I've built a lot of software and artificial intelligence to detect and analyze troll farms. And it includes a lot of hybrid warfare, but also Holocaust denial, anti-LGBT speech, hate speech, and I've even done work on propaganda aimed at Armenia. And I will show an interesting example in a minute. So I found the first troll farm on Facebook and Twitter, but after the years we started building a lot of software for different platforms. So in total, I won't name them all, but there are about 150 of those platforms like Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, etc. And if you know what you're doing and you have used the right software and algorithms, then you can actually quite easily find those troll armies. The specific question directed before this Congress to me was like, what are the challenges? There are a number of them. One of the things is that one of the major challenges is that there are more and more and more troll farms. Each year the number rises. And I want to mention an Oxford study. In 2017, they found organized campaigns in 28 countries. Can be more campaigns than one in one country, by the way, but then it was 28 countries. In 2018, it rose to 48 countries. Next year, it went up already to 70, and the end of 2020, it reached 81 countries. And I haven't seen, I don't think it's released yet for last year, so for 2021. But the trend is very alarming. So it shows that the increase is incredible, and it eats away at your democracy, and it helps, unfortunately, with hate speech and a lot of other propaganda. May sound mind-boggling, but for a lot of these large platforms, I'm talking about Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, these kinds of platforms, the number of trolls on those platforms are in the numbers of hundreds of millions. I got one request recently from a government agency, and they said, we have collected some troll farms, and they had 135 million accounts for me. So hopefully we'll start on another 135 million trolls. Gives some idea on how large the problem is. Second challenge is that these campaigns change over the years. So the old-fashioned troll farms of like 8 years ago, they all followed each other and they had the same texts, and it gets more difficult nowadays. But still, it's quite okay to find them. We've seen a lot of weird things where you can actually prove that this is a troll farm and not just, I don't know, 10,000 real people behind whatever campaign you find at that moment. The third challenge, and yeah, I think we could improve this actually, is that a lot of these social media platforms do too little and too late about these trolls. So my rough calculation for only Twitter and Facebook would be that at least 40% of all users, so the total number of users worldwide is troll accounts. Doesn't always mean that it's a troll army. Those are two different things. I mean, if I make an anonymous account on Twitter and I post a lot of propaganda in the evening, I'm just one person behind one account, but not with my real name. It's still a troll account, but it doesn't mean that it's an army, part of an army. I still believe, and I hope that I think you have to act at some point as governments, and not just one government, but basically most of the countries that stand for democracy. You will have to act at some point. So there is legislation that you can use, but it's often not used. You see a lot of Holocaust denial, but it's often not used to prosecute those people. But if you have the right legislation, in some cases it can be broader than just a country. So EU could have specific legislation, or you can have some sort of treaty between different countries with the right legislation. The moment that you would have the right legislation and cooperation with all those media platforms, you can actually do something about this. I just want to show a brief example. I have very long studies, but I have only a couple of minutes, so I don't want to show very long, boring studies. But I think this one is interesting. I'm Dutch, so I took one example of a troll farm that attacked the Netherlands, and it's actually because of the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. So this one is an Azerbaijan troll farm. So I will very briefly show what happens in such a troll farm. If I can share my screen. Yes, I can. Yeah, share. Yeah. So the company We have about 10 employees, by the way, in case somebody was wondering. It's called Trollrensics, so it's basically the forensics of trolls. So we were monitoring Dutch politicians for strange hate speech and this kind of stuff, and then suddenly an attack, a very heavy attack appeared. Different journalists, I won't name them all, but in the Netherlands are quite famous. One of them is Sjoerd Sjoerdsma, some others, and we thought, like, what is happening? Because it was thousands and thousands of tweets. It was like some sort of flood attack. The idea was that the Dutch politicians said something about the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and that was not very positive. I will not tell the whole story, it'll take too long, but it was not very positive for Azerbaijan. So this immense Azerbaijan troll farm kicked in and started sending tweets. So the real campaigns, you can see in the graph, started at like 6 o'clock, and then it was basically, it ended end of the evening, but the biggest peak was between 6 and 7 local Dutch time. Here's a bit wider graph. In total, it's a couple of 10, 20, 30,000 tweets, but it's still quite massive for such a short period. This is only one of the troll. There are different troll farms used by Azerbaijan. The interesting thing is that this is for sure a troll farm, because if it would be a random group of people, they would have different dates when the accounts were made, and most of these accounts were created when the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict flared, and this is an example from 2020. What they did, they all used the same hashtags, they all had the same profile pictures, not just one, but a couple of them, and the mechanism was to copy their tweets, especially if one tweet was very popular with a certain text, they copied it. So within those, I don't know, 30,000, 40,000 tweets, we found that some tweets were used, some text of those tweets were used 800 times. We talked to the politicians in the Netherlands how they saw this campaign, and it felt quite intimidating. It was not really appreciated. People really thought their Twitter account was exploded. It's all very anti-Armenian. I won't go into the details because I will be explaining for the coming hour if I do that. So this is 100% sure a troll army. Accounts made, same dates, same info, same tweets, same times, same hashtags, profile and bio descriptions are very similar. If you know what you're doing, you can basically go blind into any country, look at one specific language and filter out all those troll farms. And that's what we do for a lot of governments worldwide, government agencies in different countries. The conclusion to my whole story is that hybrid warfare, hate speech, genocide, denial, propaganda is an extreme problem to your democracy in any country. It doesn't matter where you are. Even Russia, which spreads massive disinfo, it's still a problem for their population as well. And it's therefore also a very big danger for peace. And the question is, will governments, lawmakers, etc., at some point start doing something? I mean, under the guise of democracy, a lot is not being done, and you could really do a lot. And I will end with a saying that I came up with about 8 years ago, and it is, democracy is the most perfect tool to actually destroy democracy. And I hope that in the next years we will start doing more and cooperate with those social media platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. It's not too encouraging, the last words, but we always have the optimism of the heart, as my compatriot Gramsci used to say. I think we are at the end of our session. And I think we still have a little bit of time, perhaps, to take a few questions, because I think we had very inspiring, mind-challenging presentations. So perhaps a couple of questions we can take, and I would also like to bring back the floor to our panelists. I'm not sure I can see, if I see hands. There is one. Please. Please.
This is Suman again, and I'm from India. I have a small comment or a query. I'm really worried about democracies worldwide. And the last sentence that he spoke is full of meanings, that democracies themselves destroy democracies. And I just want to know from all learned people here, that if a government, any of any country, they start using these platforms that create and hate and other things, what happens then if the government itself becomes a part of it, and they have all the machineries, and that they have media under their control, and they can sell media to any company they wish to, or anyone they wish to. In one hand, the entire media goes. What happens then? I'm really worried about democracies everywhere and humanity.
Thank you. Any other question? Perhaps, yes, just if our panelists have final comments or commenting on each other's presentation, briefly. Michelle, I can see your hand.
In various countries, in various countries, and this is exactly what I was speaking about, that we have these unintended consequences of behavior of various social platforms, which are unintended, although there is a greediness behind it in every single case. But it's like with sometimes when I think about some of Marxists, how they approach the very existence and appearance of capitalism, this is the same. Inventors of social platforms, as magicians, created a magic, but that the magic started to live its own life. It just ran away. And various trolls, enemies of open society, are utilizing those platforms and utilizing the fact that they know that people like Zuckerberg are greedy and that they will be not closing accounts full of hatred. And we have a world where suddenly we know that it will have dramatic consequences. Look, I'm from Slovakia. Slovakia, as I mentioned, will be in the hands of fascists soon. If European Union will collapse in the future, it will be also because of unintended consequences of behavior of very concrete social platforms. It's as serious as that. And so at this time, Patrick, and I like your speech, by the way, but naming and shaming will be not enough. This is much more serious already.
Thank you, Misha. Any of the others? Ronan? Melanie? Patrick? Robert? Any final comment or reaction?
No.
Oh yeah, we have a question, please.
The troll farms that you identified, how many of them, if you can tell, are state-sponsored? And is there a particular way that you identify whether a troll farm is something that's been sponsored, created by a state or a state authorities?
Thank you. For a lot of, it's not always possible to find who's behind the troll army. We've also seen troll armies that have nothing to do with a certain government. but in a lot of cases, if you know what you're doing, you can find the country behind it. So I'd say that if it's a troll farm with political propaganda, it's quite often a government or affiliated to somebody very positive about that the government. So, for instance, we found hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Twitter trolls that were in some building in China, and they also used people in jails. So instead of asking these people to, I don't know, make something in jail, they were giving these people laptops, and they had to spread propaganda for the Chinese government. That was a real state farm. Yeah.
There is, I think, we have been collaborating with the Oxford Internet Institute on this issue. Actually, I think you can see that there is quite a recent study that they looked into this issue of misinformation and also the sources of that. And you can see that there are a number of countries, of course, behind in terms of the origin of the source. This was an interesting report. Any other question? I can't see anyone else, so perhaps while closing, just try to wrap up this interesting panel. Let's say I think we have heard like two approaches which are complementary, right, to address the problem. The first, try to stop influential people from inciting violence with hate speech through legal measures, better regulatory frameworks, strong regulatory frameworks, enhancing the transparency and responsibility and accountability of digital platforms, a more ethical use of artificial intelligence, mobilizing influencers also against hate, and occupying the space that is exploited by people who seek to divide society, right, and to foment hatred and violence. That's one approach. And the second, which has to do with this idea of the need to change mindset, and therefore the role of education is to try and make these audiences, for all of us actually, less susceptible to hate speech by sort of inoculating them against it, in other words, through prevention, which is what we were talking about. And I think from our side, at least, certainly from UNESCO's side, for us, it's clear that education is really an indispensable investment in this regard. And when we talk about education, one tends to think that education is a sort of panacea for everything, which is not, because we have to think of what kind of education we provide. It has to be a relevant one, it has to be an inclusive and an equitable type of education that can really address the root causes of hate speech and create, therefore, the condition to make difficult for any type of violent ideology, extremist ideology to proliferate. So I think these are the two lines that I think we understand we have to follow. So I would like to ask a final round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us and attentive until now. I just have to give a couple of housekeeping information, right? We are going to move back to the hotel, at least all the group who came from the hotel. And this group has to meet at the lobby at 7 o'clock. And we are going to a concert and reception. So thank you very much also for inviting us to that. And for tomorrow morning, this group will have to be at the lobby at 9:15. So we have been treated generously tomorrow in the morning. Thank you very much for your attention.